Welcome to the maker's world, where every spark of an idea becomes something real. Right here in Czechia, we build tools that peer into particles and launch satellites into orbit. It's where the word robot was born. And Čapek's vision of automation still fuels the imagination of today's inventors. From prototypes shaped at Fab Labs to bold experiments led by students, entrepreneurs, and researchers. This is curiosity in motion. The next era begins with you, innovating, exploring, going further. From clean energy to quantum breakthroughs, we're shaping what comes next. Over the next 8 days, FabX comes to life. 42 speakers, 255 sessions, 100 chances to get hands-on, 5 evenings of conversations that matter, and 6 mobile Fab Labs, arriving ready to build, share, and inspire. From every corner of the world, you're coming to be part of it. This isn't just an event. It's a celebration of making, sharing, and shaping what comes next.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, and welcome to the second day of FAB25 Czechia. I want to know how you're all doing. How are you feeling? Good? Bad? In the middle? Okay, good. I think we're good to go. If we didn't meet yesterday, my name is Sonia, and I'm very honored to be your host for FAB25 Czechia. Yesterday, we kicked things off, and I hope you really enjoyed the first speeches, our first keynote, but also networking and warm-up party. And now we are getting into first full day of FAB25. And let me just add that we are very proud to have Prussia Research as our general partner to be on board with us. So thank you to them. We are starting the FAB conference right here in the Janáček Theater, continuing with the workshops in the afternoon and ending the day with Conquer the Castle party. But before we dive in, here are a few quick practical tips to help you through the day. So first one, badges and wristbands. Please wear it at all times. They serve not only as access to venues, but you will need those to pick up your lunch today. Info point. If you have any questions or you need some advice, please head to our info point. It is located on the ground floor right here at the theater. The official event app is called Eventee. If you haven't downloaded it yet, you can do it right now. The QR code you find on your badges from the backside, just scan it, download the app, log into FAB25 event, and then you can build your own schedule, get live announcements, find useful info, and post on our social wall. And you can also ask live questions for selected sessions via Eventee. And we have 2 of Q&A sessions, so as Tomáš Mejzlík mentioned yesterday, squeeze the opportunity to ask our speakers anything you are curious about. City map on our website and also in Eventee. You can find an official FAB25 map with selected recommendations. There is also events Wi-Fi. The password you can find on the flyers in the city foyer and also now on a big screen. And guys, we know the drill. We are makers. We hate rules, but we have only one. Please do not bring any food or drink inside the auditorium. You can enjoy your coffee, soft drinks, snacks in the foyer or theater lobby, but please do not bring it here. Thank you in advance. And if you'd like to share your personal experiences with FAB25 on your social media, it would be great if you could add the hashtag #BridgeTheGap or tag our social media profiles. Starting today, we are splitting the daily program into 2 parts. In the mornings, we'll be all together right here in the main location, the theater. After lunch, we'll head to a different venue. We call it the university for all kinds of workshops. The route is marked in our schedule. It's easy 10 to 15 minutes walk there. And in the evening, we'll meet again in Brno Castle for Conquer the Castle party. And if you're curious, what does conquering mean in this sense? I think you'll find out, probably while catching your breath on the way up. But trust me, it will be worth it. program track of the day. It's called Fab Labs 20 Years and Beyond. And it's almost hard to believe that the Fab Lab concept is approaching its 25th birthday. What started as a bold idea of Neil Gershenfeld at MIT, giving people access to tools to make almost anything, has turned into a global movement of learning, sharing, and making. FAB25 is a 21st edition of FabX event, and it's grown from a small gathering of early Fab Labs into a global scale celebration with hundreds of makers from around the world. Look around you. It's a wonderful view. Officially, there are more than 3,000 Fab Labs across the planet and another thousands of open makerspaces, community workshops, open workshops that share the same DNA. The global impact of the network is real, it's visible, and it's growing stronger each year. And while the official 25-year celebration will take place next year in FAB26 in Boston, today's track is a chance to reflect on the roots of the Fab Lab movement, celebrate the present momentum, and imagine the next 25 years. What comes beyond? We'll hear from the people from inside the network and from the outside to bring a fresh perspective. But before we jump into the program, we've got one small little thing for you. Each morning, we'll share with you one simple question, something you can carry with you through the program, your conversation, or your own reflections. Here's today's question. How do you imagine Fab Labs in the next 25 years? How will we adapt to meet the needs of the next generation of makers? And it's up to you what you do with it. Maybe you will bring it up at a coffee break. Maybe it will shape a workshop conversation, or maybe it'll just sit with you quietly until the right moment sparks something. We'll let it sink in. Speaking of Fab Labs, shortcut for Fabrication or fabulous laboratories, we have some fresh, fabulous announcement from Neil Gershenfeld. Please welcome him on stage.
So, congratulations on waking up, those of you who are here. Yesterday I challenged you with scaling, how we go 1,000, million, billion. And we know how to do Fab Labs and FabX now. We don't know how to do that next factor of 10 to the 3. That was yesterday's challenge. Today's challenge is transition. So Sherry and I have been doing this for 25 years. We sort of nostalgically look back to, at the early Fab meetings, the entire infrastructure was Sherry and me at a little desk in the corner. Those of you who are there, just Sherry and I would be at a little laptop trying to get presentations. We were the whole team. And basically the meeting was the size of just the staff for this meeting. And so over 25 years, it's grown into this scale. Now Sherry and I are working very hard to make ourselves obsolete. And so coming up to FAB26, this is going to be a year of transition. We're not retiring, but we're ready to hand off lead roles to the next generation. And we're really fortunate. There's an amazing team of self-identified leaders who have merged, who are really ready to take over collectively what we're doing. And so once again, Sherry and I aren't retiring, but we're going to be handing off lead operational roles and moving into special projects. And there are many, many special projects we're really excited about. I'll be talking about more tomorrow, future of Fab Academy, Academy, machine building. You'll be hearing all of those through the week. So through this year leading up to FAB26, it's a time to think about what does this look like with Sherry and Neil obsolete. Come FAB26, we have a really exciting program all across MIT's campus, CBA, MIT Museum, the new Fab Hub in Kendall, all of the places in the region. In addition, for people who can't make it to that in person, we're planning a global hybrid distributed gathering excuse me, for FAB26. And then post FAB26, we have Ulu queued up after that. But part of the exercise is to figure out what is the FabX event itself. How does it work? How do we organize it? What does it do for whom? And so this kicks off this year of transition. So Sherry and I will be moving towards special projects, handing off lead roles to the next generation, and really reflecting on what does it look like for Sherry and Neil to be obsolete, and what does it look like to scale our impact. So that's my homework assignment for you for today and for the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Okay, guys, before we jump into the next session, please take a moment to appreciate this beautiful stage. It was designed and created by a stage designer, Pavel Liška. And you might have noticed it's not exactly symmetrical, and it's on purpose. The right side represents Fab Labs in Western Europe, and the left side. And the right side, from your point of view, those in Central and Eastern Europe. And one of the main goals of FAB25 is to balance it out, to bridge the gap. And by being here, you are already part of the effort. So thank you for supporting this purpose with your presence. And while the Fab Lab network in Czechia isn't as dense as we'd like yet, the future looks promising. Soon, the country's biggest makerspace will be built and opened, and today we have the perfect person to tell us more, the project manager behind it all. He is an architect by profession, with experience from several architecture studios and work as a city architect. He now works at the Innovation Center of the Ústí nad Labem region, an organization that supports entrepreneurship, local companies, and connects business, research, and education. So please welcome Walbert Schmirler to the stage.
So hello, I'm here today to announce an exciting, ambitious project currently taking shape in the Ústí region, located in the northern part of Czechia, as you can see on the dotted map. It will be the largest and most advanced business-oriented makerspace in the country, set to open in 2028. This makerspace is not just a workshop. It's designed to be a key part of broader innovation ecosystem, supporting hardware innovators, startups, and even established companies. Located in the yellow highlighted parts of the transformational center of Ústí region, it brings together prototyping facilities, research and development spaces, and business support services all under one roof. Our vision is to provide accessible, state-of-the-art environment for makers to design, develop, test, and scale their hardware products. The facility will feature a two-tier structure, a 24/7 accessible entry-level open workshop with essential equipment, and 2,000 square meter main prototyping workshop with advanced machinery for professional product development. And also in the center, you will find private studios and flexible rental spaces. This allows makers to be based directly in the center, just a few with their own office or workshop, just a few steps away from everything the Transformation Center has to offer. Key part of this project is the ecosystem approach. Beyond physical space and equipment, the makers will have access to 4 institutions located in the center, the so-called 4 pillars of the Transformational Center. These are Innovation Center and 3 other centers focused on energy, data and analysis, and business development. These together provide direct support through incubation program funding advice, expert consultations, and connections to local industry and academia. Our Makerspace is a public service supported with governmental funding. This means the users will pay only a small part of the real cost. And thanks to this setup, we can choose makers based on how useful their business ideas are for the region, and not only on how much money they can pay. The makers will get access not only to the Makerspace, but also to all the other spaces and services the Transformation Center has to offer. And you can see some of these in the visualizations. Our project is inspired by best practice from the United States, like RX Labs in Houston and M-Hub in Chicago. These makerspaces have shown how well-designed makerspace can support new business ideas, generate patents and jobs, and transform regional economy. We had a chance to visit many makerspaces in the US, and I hope we can meet new partners here that we can visit and learn from in the future. If you are interested in this project, please visit us on Prague part of FAB25 conference. You will find us in Pavilion E on this exact stand. And we are currently looking for consultants, future staff members, suppliers, and partners from other makerspaces, Fab Labs, prototyping workshops, and other parts of the makers ecosystem. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to meeting you.
Walbert, Schmirler, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving us a glimpse into what's coming next in Czechia. And now, guys, get comfy, because today's keynote, followed by a live Q&A session, comes from a true legend in the world of digital fabrication. He is a co-founder of Arduino, a renowned interaction designer and a strong advocate for open hardware. With over 20 years spent close to the maker movement, he is the perfect person to connect all the dots from his journey, from Fab Lab, Arduino, Maker Faire Rome, and his teaching career to his latest project, Supermoderno. If you get any questions, just open the Eventi app, find this particular session, and hit Ask the Question button. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Massimo Banzi.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. So this year is the 20th anniversary of Arduino, which is quite crazy when I think about it. And so thank you. And so the idea was to try to use this occasion to do like a little retrospective of really looking at some of the things that I worked on or Arduino worked on. So I'll talk about my co-founders in a second. To try to democratize technology. In the title, I put trying because not always, not everything was a success, let's put it this way. But I think that's important also to understand that in order to get something right, you have to make a lot of mistakes, and here there are plenty of mistakes. The one thing that I wanted to, just a quick disclaimer, if there are opinions in this presentation, they are mine. So if you have to be upset about something, be upset with me, forget about all the other people I work with. So I'm not going to do a long introduction, but again, my name is Massimo Banzi, I'm a professional nerd. And I think professional nerd is connected to this, I was very fascinated by this concept of ikigai, So find out what you like, what you're good at, and also figure out a way for somebody to pay you to do that. And I think I kind of spent a lot of time in my career thinking about it, and I think I found that, this idea of simplifying technology, telling the story of history of technology in a different way so that it becomes a tool for people, it's one of the things that I like to do. It all started because when I was a child, my parents gave me this kit as a present. This was originally developed in the 60s in Germany, and then it was sort of adopted by Braun, which was, back in those days, the Apple of amazing design, amazing electronics products. So this was a kit that will teach you electronics by combining these blocks magnetically. And you had a simple books where you would follow the instruction, you would get a working circuit. And I was 7 years old, so I lacked all the fundamentals of physics to understand what was going on. But this kit was amazing. There was also a book. Here you see a page from the original book that I still have with my handwritten note in like child, handwriting, where the electrons are these chubby little bubbles going around. And I think one of the focus of that thing was building things very quickly and allowing you to experiment in a way that was safe. You could combine the cubes in lots of different ways, and most likely nothing was going to explode, which is a good. It's a good thing. I mean, I learned that not exploding circuits are actually a good result. So it's something you should achieve, and then make them work. So then after that, I had like a long career, mostly in software and doing a bunch of other things. But then in 2002, I was working for an investment fund, and I didn't really like what I was doing. And also the company was going through a bunch of changes, and this was back in Milan. And then a friend of mine told me, hey, they opened this design school in Ivrea in the northwest of Italy, and they wanted someone who can help the students figure out how to build prototypes with technology, and most specifically electronics. Would you like to go? So I went, I interviewed there. They clearly didn't like my profile because I lacked all the qualifications they were looking for, but I had one feature that I was available that day. So I started helping the students for a couple of weeks, building projects, and then they asked me to stay, and I ended up staying. I was supposed to stay 2 weeks, I stayed 4 years, which is, the story of life is what happens when you're doing, making other plans. But it's interesting because this was happening in the city of Ivrea, which was the company town of this company called Olivetti, which is probably the first. They were famous for making typewriters, computers. At some point in the 80s, they were like the biggest manufacturer of computer in Europe, the third one in the world, something crazy like that. This is a book they published in '83 to show how design was completely embedded in everything they did. So, and I think that was something that was very important. The city had a lot of history of using design, and trying to do interaction design was the next logical step, because when you move away from doing design on like, okay, let's design a chair or a table, but you start to build things with technology, then you need to really understand how to design the language that people use to communicate with these things they are designing. And so this is a sketch by one of my mentors, Bill Verplank, who tries to show the process of how a person interacts with the world, but the world in that case, it's a piece of technology. So I basically try to find ways to build tools that would make it easy for my students to build with technology, because the mantra of this kind of schools is design, build, test, and repeat. So if your objective is to put people at the center of what you're doing, you need to prototype and test with people. And whenever you deal with technology in everyday life, you can see immediately if somebody had tested that piece of technology with humans or not. Buy a ticket anywhere in the world, and you will get a wildly different experience. And then it will tell you, if there is a connection between really testing things with people or not. And so I started to figure out how to help my students. At the moment, they were using this small chip called the Basic Stamp, which was a great project but it was kind of from the 90s, it was expensive, and also if you imported it into Italy, it ended up costing 100 euros, and that's not something that my students could buy in quantity. So I started to build some hardware. This is one of the first prototypes that I made. It's called the Programma 2003. This is using a PIC chip because back in those days, people in Italy used PIC chips to hack satellite receivers so they could watch the football for free. So these processors were available everywhere. I mean, you could probably buy one from like a news agent. Sorry, hi, can I have the newspaper and a hacker card for the satellite? So I started working on this platform. But then the school did a ton of work on, this is a map that one of my students, Giorgio Olivero, is an amazing designer, made in 2005 to try to capture all the different projects that we did to try to kind of build a tool that would be really useful for users. And also one of the things that I would want to talk about is that back in those days, basically we didn't have any Fab Lab in the school. So we had to have a person. There was a person called Edoardo, who was like the human Fab Lab. So you would go to him and you tell him, I need an object that looks like this. And Edoardo has a long experience by being the model maker of all the most amazing designers in history in Italy, and he would make it. So a lot of things back then had to be were much more complicated, because sometimes we forget how much progress we made in the last years. So then you can see that at the bottom, there's a big influence of this software called processing, which is a tool that was built at the MIT by Casey Rees and Ben Fry to make it easy for designer artists to learn how to program, and that was a huge influence. So me and Casey worked with one of my students to build this platform called Wiring. And then after Hernando left, I started to figure out, so what is the next level of, what's the next step of what we're trying to do? You know, can we make it cheaper, simpler? Can we make it something that can be? So I started to interact with a bunch of people that I met in different places. So David Quartierius is a professor at the university in Sweden. He came to Ivrea to do a project. Tomaigo is a professor at NYU, and he was a big inspiration because he published everything about his classes. And David came from the MIT as a student, went back to the MIT to do his PhD. So the four of us, plus a local engineer, we started to look at how do we put together all the things that we learned in the different things that we've done, helping students with technology. And we started to coalesce around what became, this is a picture of the first quote unquote, it's between many, many quotes, Arduino, which was programmed through the parallel port, but this thing blinked an LED, which was already an amazing start, and it started to take shape. And then, so we needed a name for the project, and I was trying to figure out, so we designed this board that I'll show you in a second, and we were shipping it to the PCB manufacturer, and we were trying to figure out how do we call this thing? And so we went through a lot of names that were all crap, and at some point, you know what? Why don't we call it Arduino, like the bar? So this is a picture of the actual bar Arduino, which is the one that gives the name to the board, which is very interesting because there's all these wild theories online or why it's called Arduino. And no, it's because of this bar. You don't see it very well, but that strip of bottles says Re Arduino, King Arduino, who is the self-proclaimed first king of Italy from the year 1000, who was from the town of Ivrea. So all this work from different angles and different experiences produced this. I mean, in 2005, it was not as beautiful as this. It was a bit more, way more rough around the edges, but we tried to build something that would have a not so conventional shape, that would be very small, that would be USB native, because that's also another thing. Like a lot of hardware still to this day is designed with serial ports, and computers don't have serial ports anymore. So we tried to build something that could be programmed very easily, reprogrammed. If you burnt the processor, you could replace it. And that work, at the beginning, kind of built up this open source. At the beginning, it was just an open source project that slowly morphed into a company with this idea that we wanted to build tools that would enable anyone to innovate by making complex technologies simple to use. And I think this is the key, because in 2005, the problem was how do we make microcontrollers very simple to program for anyone so that they can make it themselves, whatever. And then, as we can see along the timeline, a lot of other technologies become relevant. So inspiration, obviously this book by Eric von Ippel was a pencil and inspiration for me to really understand how to build tools to innovate with the communities. Also, this talk was very interesting. It discusses the difference between businesses that have strong trademark copyright protection and businesses that don't have that kind of protection. So that was one of the many inspirations to try to separate the brand and protect it and own it from everything else. And obviously one of the elements was open source. And this is from one of the packaging of one of our products. These resistors are like hugging, making and producing love. And I think open source is love, because when you release something as open source, it is love that you share with other people. And then you create communities around this love. And also we had this idea that the hardware could be quote unquote open source, but at the time they were not really formal licensing, whatever. So you can see this one of the drawings of the first Arduinos. We put the Creative Commons license, like it was like a song or something, because we wanted to say to people, look, take this, use it, but anything you do and change, share it back. So Arduino is really a mashup of a lot of technologies where there is a user experience that wrap everything together. So the innovation, in my opinion, in Arduino is the user experience. Everything else is, somebody tried to insult me saying that it was high school technology, and I said, well, I will tell my mom that the money she spent sending me to high school was, helped because I was able to produce a successful high school level technology. We also worked on teaching methodologies based on project-based learning and learning by doing, which is a way that I prefer to learn. I realized later in life that I have ADHD, so for me, like formal education is always a bit challenging, and I like always to build things and kind of bring together different aspects in the project. Obviously, we try to use design as a way to make things look less scary, less complicated. We had the chance, because of the Olivetti heritage, there was a lot of factories in town, so we started to make boards locally, and we still, to this day, Arduino manufactures their product in Ivrea, in the town next to Ivrea, but it's Ivrea. So in a way, this idea that you can manufacture in Europe, it's important to us. And also it's important from a sustainability point of view, from a workers, a bunch of different reasons why it is great to do that. And also because you respond very quickly to change, because the factory is 45 minutes drive away from the office as opposed to somewhere else in the world. Obviously what happened, people started to think, oh, this Arduino is really good, why don't we start making. And open source says you can kind of take it and do your own boards, but then some people went a little bit overboard and they started to kind of use the brand a little bit too much, and that started this big cat and mouse game of kind of going after the people who are kind of, in a way, abusing the brand. But, that's still with us to this day. That's one of the big issues. And as Arduino started to leave the community of my students or Tom's students and started to go around in the world, we started to get amazing reviews. Like this guy described Arduino as baby talk programming for potheads. And this was from a forum of people, of electronics engineers. And it's interesting to think that for some people, artists and designers are clearly people who spend their time smoking pot, because but anyway, but one of the things that also started to happen is that the more we produced hardware and we started to sell it, people started to want more, and everything started to structure itself to the point that we became an actual company. And people started to talk about us. So this is one of the first articles that came out. It's from Wired magazine, because on top of everything, the editor at the time, Chris Anderson, was an Arduino user. So he sent Clive Thompson to Italy to check out what we were doing. And also at the same time, also Make magazine started to happen, and they started to write about us, which was instrumental for our success, but we have more later. So the first project that was built with Arduino proper is this alarm clock. that whenever it sounds, you can snooze it by hitting this ball, and the ball goes up 20 centimeters. So the next time you want to snooze it, you have to kind of stretch, and then after a couple of times, you got to stand on the bed, and that's, you know, that's your cue that you got to go. So, and I think that was a fun project, but we built the whole software for Arduino, essentially the sketch, the basic part, David Mellis wrote it in one night, which was quite amazing. And then we had this project running for an exhibition that we did. Then I also personally worked on a bunch of projects for, so in Milan there is this big event called the Design Week, so I built a lot of interactive installation over the years. In Milan, this is an example of a 15-meter-long table. And again, starting to work on this project made sure that we had to invent new Arduinos to follow these use cases. We also worked with brands. This is a project that we did in Ivrea for this company Artemide that builds these high-end design lamps in Italy. So we made a bunch of prototypes for them. So there was this mixture of kind of working with the students, but also starting to work with the world. And that's when it was interesting because we, quote unquote, creatively collided with the maker community that was being formed around 2005, 2006. I don't know. And I think, you know, Make Magazine was very important and to also get us out of our little niche out into the world. They also had these, you know, radical statements like the Maker Bill of Rights, or if you can't open it, you don't own it. And so it was very close to what we wanted to do. Here's a diagram, a little bit of, this was later on in Maker Faire 2013 in New York. There was a talk by Mitch Resnick, and somebody tried to sketch what were the building blocks of the maker movement. So let's look at this kind of connection with Make got the tool in the hands of makers, and so people start to build things like, they hacked their coffee machine, and they put like a PID controller to make the coffee perfect, so coffee lovers are obsessed by certain things, and they're very good as a community, and also they use the nunchuck from a Wii as the interface for the coffee machine, which I thought was very cool. Somebody built this belt for a pregnant woman that would tweet every time the baby kicked. And it was very interesting because this was the time where Twitter was cool. It's a long time ago, but if you're young, I assure you there was a time when Twitter was super cool. Another project that happened back then was quite cool is Botanicals. This is a sensor that sits into a plant, measures all the vitals of this plant, and then it will use some kind of like open source PBX to make phone calls to the owner and say, hi, you know, I'm hungry, or I'm dry, it's dark. And then they started to also, you know, send the data to the internet so that they could post again on Twitter. And this was interesting because it opened the door to, okay, now people want to connect their hardware to the network, which was the next big challenge. How do you make it simple for people to connect to the network? People even built satellites. So this is ArduSat. There's a ton of projects around this topic, but early on, people started to build CubeSat around Arduino. Also, the main processor of the Arduino is not like the latest technology, so it deals with radiation better than other processors. Then, again, going back to the obsession of how do you make technology simple, we worked in 2006 on this thing called TinkerKit, which is like a bunch of modules that contain different sensors that have all the same connector, and you plug them together. We use them for teaching. We use them for building. I built a version of this for a museum, for a science museum in Arizona. They used to prototype installation. So this idea that kit that I saw as a kid was like an inspiration. How do you package up all this technology into little modules that you just plug together and they work? So you don't need to know anything about electronics almost. Another interesting example is one of my students in one of my classes at some point was given the task of designing something for a museum of technology, and they built this robot. Matteo Loggia built this robot that can teach programming to kids who don't know how to read and write. And it's an example of what happened. At some point, people started to prototype with Arduino and then make companies out of it. So this was an Arduino prototype, then it was an Arduino-based Kickstarter, and then slowly it became its own kind of very custom hardware. And you can still find this in some shops of science centers. So it was a very interesting, one of the first examples of starting off with Arduino and ending up with like a purely functioning company. Then at some point, one of the other interesting kind of direction that happened is that Lea Beakley invented this LilyPad Arduino that you could sew into fabric and then kind of opened the door to kind of wearable computing with Arduino. More projects by the community. Robotic bartenders are a very big topic. A lot of people do it. But then people also built DIY segways. They built, this is an open source PCR machine so that you can, the topic of scientific instruments rebuilt with Arduino is something that happened a lot. So making access to science cheap. So for example, this is a Swiss project where they reuse the laser from an Xbox to build essentially a laser scanning microscope. So it's, again, the creative reuse of available technology is one of the things that the Arduino community can do very well. Then obviously musicians build a lot of interfaces. This is an interface that translates the hand gestures into words for people that cannot speak. One of the projects that had an Arduino component that I really appreciated was Safecast. This is one of the first Safecast prototypes. So that the circuit on top is the Arduino Ethernet interface. Because it's open source, they modified it and added a Geiger counter, and they used this to measure the radiation around the Fukushima power station disaster that was plotted on a map, and I thought it was very interesting. Later projects, this is like a silly project, Barilla, the pasta maker. They kind of were pushing this idea that you don't need to keep the fire on until the end of cooking pasta. I know it's a very Italian problem, but the idea is that there is a moment where you can turn off the gas and then the pasta will cook. So this thing contains an Arduino, it sits on top of the pan, and it communicates via Bluetooth to an app that tells you when it's time to turn off the heating and let the thing cook by itself. I think what was interesting here is that a big brand developed the product and then just released it as an open source thing. Obviously, Arduino got in touch with the 3D printer community. A lot of early 3D printers were based around Arduino hardware, obviously customized in multiple different ways. But there's still a lot of common firmwares for 3D printers that are developed using, you can compile them and build them with the Arduino software. And I like the fact that when you have these kind of cheap tools that you can hack because it's open source and you have Arduino, people start building things like this. This is a printer turned into a robot that loads slides into a slide scanner. Or this is a Mac Bio printer. Another project that I really like from that era is ArduPilot. So the community that Chris Anderson built around drones, they started to use Arduino also as a way to onboard people onto the project, and their first firmware was called ArduPilot. Obviously, the technology now is completely far away from like the classic Arduino, but it started off. And I like the fact that we injected some, like a starting fire to these other activities. This was an interesting thing. In 2009, Google made the Android accessory development kit and then just released it to the world based on Arduino without telling me anything. So I wake up one morning and I get all these emails from people saying, oh my God, amazing, you made this partnership with Google. I was like, Google who? I was like, what? And then I realized these guys just made it and released it. And like after a few days, I went to the Maker Faire in the Bay Area, and they were there. I was like, why did you do this? Oh, well, your licenses are well laid out, so we didn't really need to tell you that we were doing this, so we just did it. I was like, thank you, that's amazing. But, big tech. So quickly, some other example. So this is a project from CIAD Copenhagen, which is one of the schools that I teach now, the Copenhagen Institute of Interaction Design. And again, this, at some point, students wanted to be able to build connected projects. And it was very interesting because at the beginning, my class used to be 1 month full-time, and we only built basic microcontroller stuff. And now in 2011, 12, whatever this is, we built this project, which is like a piggy bank where you put coins in, and it connects directly via Wi-Fi to the PayPal API and makes a donation to a charity in India that keeps the light on in villages. And the old jar lights up, and it starts to fade down as your donation runs out, so you can just put more coins in it. But the interesting thing is that students that didn't know anything about electronics in 2 weeks went from 0 to I built a connected device that connects to an API and makes micropayments, whatever. So that was an indication that the technology was evolving to the point that we could accelerate a lot. And let me then skip to, at some point, I started to look at all the things that people were doing with Arduino and all the technology, like 3D printing, and I started to understand that we needed places where people could get together. Because a lot of the work that we were doing was like online. Yes, I would go to a lot of maker fairs, but I think there was a lack of like community aspect. So this is my friend Riccardo Luna. He's a journalist in Italy. He's one of the first people who wrote about the work that we did on the Italian edition of Wired. At some point in 2010, he says, we are building an exhibition to celebrate that Italy is turning 150. Everybody else is doing an exhibition about the past. I'm doing the only exhibition about the future. Do you want to do the section about the future of work? And then I said, I'm not doing one of those things where you put panels on the wall. I don't care. I'm not interested about that. So this was the exhibition called Stazione Futuro. And I said, I'm going to build a Fab Lab because I saw this thing that's happening. It's amazing. And also I looked at the list, and there was a Fab Lab in Afghanistan, and there was no Fab Lab in Italy. I thought, why the hell is this possible? And so we got to fix that. We got to create a place. So this is a picture. They gave us a 5x5 meter cube. And then we kind of borrowed and got sponsorship to get a 3D printer, a CNC machine, and a laser cutter later on. And then this is Davide Gomba, who was one of the people who kind of organized that project, teaching. So this 5x5 cube created a community inside an exhibition, which is something that doesn't happen very, very often. And also I can tell you, in Italy, to get the permission to let people go in and out, it was like a bureaucracy nightmare, but we pulled it off. And for a year, this thing happened. And there was like a ton of people coming and like looking at 3D printers for the first time. So we had one of these cupcake 3D printers. Then when we got it and we assembled it, it didn't work. But luckily, one of the founders of MakerBot came over to give a presentation, and he fixed the PCB like right there in the middle of the exhibition. But it kind of opened the door to a lot of people to think, hey, this is amazing. Also, we built a community of a few hundred people that were coming almost every day to work with us, to learn. And so when this exhibition finished in November 2011, we started to ask the local governments, do you want to do this? This is a new thing. Do you want it? And everybody said, no, thanks. No, thanks. But luckily, we found this co-working space called Toolbox, which is housed in a former car factory, because if you're in Torino and you have an industrial place, it was a car factory. Specifically, this building was the Ghia car factory. So if you know about cars, Ghia is now like a part of Ford. So we had the Fab Lab Torino. Then we opened this thing called Officina Arduino, which was the first Arduino office with people working for Arduino inside. Then we made this crazy experiment with Bruce Sterling called Casa Jasmina, where everything inside these apartments was open source. And this is how we started to experiment with all these technologies. And we created, at the beginning, it was a bit bare. There was not very much. But this, again, created a community, and we pushed this community, and we built a community around it. And then Arduino, over the years, hired a bunch of people that came through the Fab Lab, just as people hanging out. And so we also started to offer this to the universities and all the people around. And there was this moment, I would say, in 2014, where there were 120 Fab Labs in Italy, either planned or being built, and obviously which was completely out of scale, made no sense. But at the same time, I got invited to speak at TED, which was, again, was an interesting experience to try to explain what we were doing to a very large audience. And I was very happy about the result. You can see like a very, very old version of Thingiverse on the screen. And then at some point, I thought, we need like a bigger thing. We need to make more. We need to bring more people together. So again, I was talking to this friend of mine, Riccardo, who is from Rome, and we were saying, you know, these maker fairs are amazing. You should come and see one because they really bring together a lot of people. Why don't we have one in Italy? There was one maker fair in Europe, which was somewhere in the UK, and it was not really kind of driving a lot of people from all over Europe. And I wanted to see if we could make a big event. So we started to talk with Dale, and then we involved the Chamber of Commerce of Rome, which was like very supportive. Shocking for me to discover there was a group of people that was so forward-looking. So we made the first Maker Faire Rome in 2013, which was quite an experience because we didn't know what to expect. Rome is never an easy city in a lot of different aspects. And also it was raining, so I thought nobody's going to show up. This is clearly nobody's going to show up. And then suddenly a line started to form around this square, and then we ended up having almost 35,000 people coming over the weekend, which was like, okay, I think we're on to something here. And that tried to be a European Maker Faire, where we started to invite people from different countries and really try to become like you're getting these communities together. And it was very interesting because I saw people here who were, in a way, you know, they started to form embassies, like all the Swiss people in the Maker Faire, they had their own place where they would gather, and it was like the Swiss embassy, whatever. So we also did crazy things, like we had Intel the next year on stage introducing a product. And this is also another technology diversion. When we did this project with Intel, we added a little neural network on board. It was called a neural network, although it's not effectively a neural network, but we started to do work on tiny machine learning. And so this is a project one of my students did. This project, you can train it on the noises that your neighbors make. And then once you trained it, you put it next to a wall. And whenever your neighbors are making noises, this machine bangs on the wall to tell to shut the hell up. But this little kind of work around this then generated this educational kit that we developed with Harvard. We also made a class about tiny machine learning, which you can find on their website. People started to build all sorts of crazy projects with it. We also started to apply tiny machine learning to a bunch of different things. This is a little sensor that we built for Keyway, which is an Italian jacket manufacturer. We also built this little tiny camera, which runs like a lightweight version of Python. You can do AI on it. And again, the work that we did on this thing became, the Harvard team made a book about it, on how to do machine learning that uses that hardware as a reference. So we built a bunch of projects with this. This is a little, is an insect trap. So it takes a picture of the insect inside the trap, and it detects a specific insect, which is super dangerous. And so with a little bit of computer vision, we were able to kind of solve a problem that now requires a person to drive around an entire region of Switzerland looking inside these plastic boxes. And this does it with LoRa, the solar panel. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit. 2019, the Maker Faire in Rome kept growing and growing, growing, to the point that we ended up in this place, which is the Fiera di Roma, is the big exhibition center in Rome. It was insanely massive. So this particular edition of Maker Faire had 120,000 people coming to visit for a weekend, which it's an insane number. The space was immense. And we also had representatives of every one of the 27 different countries in Europe. So we had people coming from all over Europe and also the US and other countries. Obviously, then the pandemic hit and the Maker Faire kind of took a while to recover, and it's still going, it's still amazing. If you get the chance, go to Roma. But this 2019 was like when really this thing talking about fabrication, electronics, making, all sorts of things became something that was really talking to like a huge amount of people. Then Arduino also realized that people started to make more professional stuff with the technology, so we started to make things with, this is a board that we made with an FPGA. Our attempts at making FPGA more usable failed, but I think now some communities are getting close to that. We also started to make more industrial hardware. This is a PLC made by Arduino and a company called Finder. Most of the work that Arduino now does is in industrial things that people use in companies, because that's where most of the development is going. So this is a small setup where the PLC is also running and a machine learning model. And that's also one interesting thing that happened is that in 2024, Arduino launched this thing called Modulino, which is kind of an extension of the old Tinkerkit. And I realized we ran several different research projects over the years trying to make this modular electronics super simple. And this kind of came to a conclusion to this project where every single module has a tiny little processor that runs the software so that when you plug all the modules, you don't need to know anything about the hardware that's running on them. They describe themselves to the software. The software knows exactly who they are, so that the complexity of developing has gone down a lot. Also, Arduino has this cloud that makes it super easy to bring projects online. So again, we remove the complexity of building your own IoT things. And also now there is this development tool which has an AI agent inside, which helps build code without, you can vibe code Arduino code now. So I think, is it perfect? No. Was there more success than there was actually a lot more insuccesses than successes, but some of the successes were very good and created communities, which is one of the things that I really believe in, trying to build communities. Everybody always asks me, what's your favorite Arduino project? So I'm going to take it out of the table right now. This is a very nice project by this young woman who built a sensor to detect breast cancer in women by using simple drops of urine. The project originated with Arduino. If you look at the picture on her laptop, there is the Arduino software on it. So she won this prize in 2020, and now she has a company. She finished her PhD, ran a company in Barcelona. They're making it. It's called the Blue Box. I think this thing is amazing. Other things that I learned, was open source in general was a great choice, and it enabled a lot of innovation. On the open source hardware side, I'm still a little bit more on the fence. I'm not sure it delivered all the things that we thought it would deliver. There was a lot less collaboration on the hardware than on the software. So on the hardware side, most people took it, made it, sold it for cheap, and released back very little. While on the software, the community is much more, engaged. So I don't know, I'm very much on the fence on if the open source hardware part was effectively successful. And I think the only way to actually be successful and have a business model behind it that makes you, sustainable is to probably try to figure out a way how to make electronics with parts that you only own. And that will kind of make it simpler for you to be able to survive, because it's not easy to survive making tools that other people use to make money. And then, that's one of the things that it's complicated. One of the things, the last thing I learned is that obviously when you present beginners with technology, they look at this. It looks like climbing a mountain, and very few people in this room probably will just do that with zero experience. And some people, when they look at technology, they feel like this. So I figured out that we need to figure out ways how to build tools that are more like a set of stairs where, every step is a small success. You bring people that would never use technology, electronics, software, 3D printing, and you make tools that allow them to take a step at a time, small successes, very quick reward, and you can take them very far away. So I think what is important is to always bring human beings at the center. That's the important part of our work, and design around human beings. and build communities so that these human beings can connect with each other. Thank you.
Massimo Banzi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Massimo.
Thank
Inspiring talk. Now it is time for our Q&As.
Okay,
And welcome to FAB25.
Thank
We're
you.
happy to have you here in Brno.
thanks.
Okay, a lot of questions in Aventi. So let's dig in. Do you still visit the original Arduino bar?
I went there like, so I pass in front of it every once in a while because I occasionally go to Ivrea because I help a museum there. But yeah, I mean, it's changed name, and the people who actually work there, they don't really understand why sometimes there are people who visit it. And so I had to explain to them the whole story. Oh, that's why these weirdos show up and they ask.
Professional nerds.
Also, to complicate things, in Ivrea there are other bars called Arduino bars, so the confusion is.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, see, I had a coffee there like in April, so there you go.
Would you like to open your own Arduino bar somewhere?
I don't know, all the people who work in hospitality told me that it's a nightmare to run
Yeah.
bars and restaurants, so it's much easier just to go there.
Okay, another question. Given that Arduino is open source and has many cheaper competitors building on your work, how do you manage to fund and continue the development?
That's a big issue there because obviously the model as it is, imagine 20 years ago, not 20, but maybe 15 years ago was, okay, we own the brand, anybody can use the hardware, people will buy the original product, and that will sustain the development. And I think that doesn't completely function, so we have to do a lot of other things to kind of generate a proper business model. Also, I would say, when we started to build professional products, that's where we started to also click with the market, where I was told by someone that, I wish we could use your products, but they are too cheap. And so I was like, okay, let me just raise the price for you. But it was very interesting because in the industrial world, they are used to these very expensive products. So the Arduino Pro products are expensive for a maker. They are actually quite affordable and very flexible. And I think that's a direction where, and also this edge machine learning area is probably an area where we started off with TinyML, but there will be more and more innovations coming there. But yeah, it's not easy because obviously a lot of the tools that Arduino makes are used by other people that never contribute anything.
Yeah. Let's stick with open source topic. Do you think open source is losing momentum? Open project mindset is in danger?
I don't think so. Open source is actually, depends on what open source, but open source software is doing well. If you look at even the machine learning space, most of the tools that people use are open source. A lot of the AI models are open source, like even Meta is releasing open source, quote unquote open source models. So in a way, I think open source as software is doing great. Then a lot of the technology that keeps this world going is now based on open source. So I don't think that part is in danger.
What's the future of Arduino?
I don't know. I have no idea. Because every time I try to think back, what was I thinking in 2009 when I did this, or when I made the Maker Faire, whatever. At that time, the future that I had in mind never happened the way I had it in mind, but something else happened. So I don't know. I think Arduino is now embedded in the minds of so many people around the world that the idea of making simple tools that make technology easy will continue forever, even if Arduino does something else.
What would the future you would like to be for Arduino? Like, what's your wishes?
I don't know. I think Arduino should continue to build tools that make technology simpler, and should continue to partner with a lot of companies for shared objectives of making tools available. And I wish it will continue, and also I wish that at some point I will say, you know what, guys, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Continue doing Arduino. Because, at the end of the day, I worked on it for 20 years. So I think it's time to, there's a bunch of young people in Arduino who are amazing. They should be in charge.
Okay. What is the relationship with AI and edge computing becoming more accessible? How is Arduino planning to stay relevant and empower makers in this new era of hardware?
Well, one of the things that we always try to do is to make tools that wrap very complex tools in a way that you just press a button and things happen. So I think there is a lot of space in that area to make it super easy for people to implement these edge AI applications. There's a lot of work that Arduino is doing in that area that I cannot talk about.
Okay.
but there will be some interesting projects popping out soon.
Cool. What is the relationship between Arduino and other open source hardware companies like Adafruit and SparkFun? Is there collaboration?
Well, we've done a lot of things in the past, or even now. I mean, there are some products that we designed with them, or there are products made by Arduino that are sold with other. So there is a collaboration. Then, obviously, each one of us, I think, has a slightly different way of looking at what we want to do and what we want to achieve. So we cooperate and collaborate when it makes sense, and sometimes we do different things. So, but it's good. I mean, we have been doing things. SparkFun was the first company we wrote to say, hey, we made this thing. Would you like to sell it? And he just started, the company, SparkFun, had started very, very recently. So, and Adafruit, again, somebody we collaborated early on. In one of the first Arduinos, I copied a piece of circuit from Adafruit to put it into the... So, there was like a lot of collaboration and cross, contamination.
Okay, let's get a bit more personal. What was your biggest hurdle on your journey or the most memorable moment? Let's start with the hurdle.
Well, I don't know. Probably some people that know the history of Arduino know that at some point we had to sue one of our co-founders because he was kind of trying to take over the company, and there was a lot of nastiness that lasted almost 3 years. That was probably the most difficult moment in my life. That was very, very hard because you would wake up in the morning, open the newspaper in Italy, and there was an article saying that, the founders of Arduino lost the company, whatever. And it wasn't true. But, some people were very good at planting news into the newspaper. So it's not very good to wake up in the morning, open a newspaper, and find yourself there with things that you have to then write to the newspaper, get them to fix. So it was like incredibly stressful. I don't think I want to go through that again ever in my life. That clearly beats every other experience, but somebody suggested that I should make a Netflix series about those 3 years. Maybe one day I'll take all my notes and do it.
Maybe it will be like therapeutical. Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at things from the bright side.
Yes.
The most memorable moment for you in your journey?
It's very, very difficult because over these years, every time I thought I saw the craziest application or the most creative thing, something else happened.
Yeah.
And, in 2020, when we were, we all had COVID, it was crazy. People started to create communities to use Arduino to build tools. Even the University of Oxford built a ventilator based on Arduino and released it to communities in the UK. Also 2020 is when I found out this Judith made this breast cancer sensor.
Yeah.
So in a moment where you felt like everything was kind of falling apart, there were all these crazy people doing interesting things and trying to use what they knew about technology to really help. And I think that was one of the most incredible moments.
Yeah, when you feel the impact of your work, truly.
Yeah, but also feel like in the face of people thinking, oh my God, we're doomed, we're gonna die, a number of people said, okay, I'm a nerd, what can I do to help? and boom, and then you got all these crazy projects, they combine 3D printing, hardware, all the different technologies that every one of us works on became a tool to solve a life-threatening problem.
Okay, another one, and it's a big one. How do you think we could prevent becoming more and more depending on big tech?
I mean, that's a topic I discuss quite a bit when I go to some events. I think open source is an amazing tool to make sure that countries stay at a healthy distance from big tech. And there are open source replacement for a lot of the technologies that we use. And there are situations where now, as a lot of people in the room are Europeans. So as Europeans, we need to have more self-confidence. We do innovation, we have technologies, we have the capabilities, we can do anything we want, but we need to be more independent from the rest of the world. We can do it, but it's a question of self-confidence, really believe in our abilities, have more European Union, not less. But it is important to keep a healthy distance from big tech, because obviously the issues are there, and every day there's a different story. I don't want to do a long speech, but as Europeans, we really gotta get together, work together, and open source is the tool that we have to build our own technology. Thank you.
Yeah, important call. How were you affected by the 2020 chip shortage, and how do you mitigate those problems?
That was a very interesting time. I had one person saying, oh, I saw that you make this board with this particular chip. Can I buy 10,000 because I need it for my product, so we will buy the boards, remove the chip, and put it in our product. And that moment I thought, man, people are desperate, because that's so I would say Arduino is lucky because we have a direct relationship with a lot of manufacturers. So the processor we use, we have a direct relationship with the factory, so we can really talk to the manufacturer. And also I would say Arduino has a great supply chain team led by this one called Daria, and they did an amazing work at really predicting the future demand. So they had in the warehouse a lot of parts that we needed. So there was not a lot of disruption, I would say, because of really well done planning by this team, and also the direct relationship that we had. And and also the manufacturing in Europe. When a lot of Chinese suppliers said, sorry, we're closed, we don't have anything for you, we kept going. And the factory, the main factory we use in Ivrea also manufactures for outfits ambulances. Mm-hmm. So they were deemed like a critical industry. So they were open. So they were making products while everybody else was locked in.
What are the key global impacts and remaining barriers of 20 years of efforts in democratizing technology for inclusive innovation and access?
The barriers.
Global impacts and remaining barriers.
I would say, if you look at cycles, every few years there's a new technology that shows up, and everybody has to have it, everybody be able to work on it. And at the beginning, these technologies are usually available only to a very selected number of people. But I think one of the barriers that we still have, there's still a lot of technologies that need to be made simpler, they need to be made more open, more accessible. So that's stuff that we will continue to have to work on, but not only Arduino, everyone in this room has to work on that. And so this, I think, is the challenge. But when you make technology open and accessible and available, then you get things like the woman who makes the breast cancer sensor, or these other thousands of innovations that people built with platforms like Arduino, a 3D printer, a laser cutter, some friends in a Fab Lab, So I think the names of the things will change, maybe the setup of some things will change, but this spirit will continue. So the challenge is to keep this momentum of making technology accessible.
Yeah. I'm curious about this one. What is your new project, Supermoderno, about?
Yeah, so one of the passions that I always had is history in general, but the history of technology is something I really like. And also I think there's a lot of stories from the past that allow us to understand better what's going to happen now. So I started this project called Supermoderno, and you can find us on Instagram, TikTok, and a bunch of other places. And so we started off with short 60-second videos that tell simple stories of how technology happens. I think, and now we're also expanding to longer videos with interviews with founders of companies. But one of the themes that I'm trying to explore is that the history of technology is often told in a way that, I don't know, it's not completely inclusive. Mm-hmm. So, for example, there's a lot of innovation that originated in Europe, but since a lot of this history is written in other countries tend to say, no, we were the first doing this. And then you say, no, sorry, have a look at this. Mm-hmm. So it's about highlighting some of the innovation that happens in Europe, in other countries, and also it's to highlight the innovation, like for steel, there's a lot of places where if you look at the history of a certain innovation, there's always like a man that pops up, and then you say, wait a second, but there's a woman who did all the work, and why we're not talking about this woman? So I think also this inclusiveness of explain that innovation has so many contributions from so many different people is something that we are going to develop now. So if you get a chance, Supermoderno, it started off in Italian just as an experiment. Now it's in English. And in the future, thanks to AI, probably, we're going to have it in multiple languages.
Yeah. What is your target group with Supermoderno? And what is the goal with it?
Well, at the beginning, these 60-second videos are designed to probably be useful for the younger generation, tend to swipe on TikTok and Instagram a lot. Obviously, it's not easy to end up in their feeds, but then when some of the kids start to share, then they end up in these feeds. And 60 seconds is short, but at least it plants a seed, and people start getting interested, and they want to know more. And so, yeah, I guess it's a lot about trying to explain to them that a lot of things that they seem new already happened a long time ago. We dealt with it in a certain way, so. I think there's a lot to learn from the history in general, but from the history of technology as well.
How open are you to collaborate with the universities, and what are your preferential collaborative ways?
Well, so Arduino collaborates with university all the time. Like in the Arduino office right now, there is a sensor that was placed there by the University of Cambridge. So there's a bunch of different ways to collaborate with universities. So I don't think there's like sometimes people talk to us about a project they're doing, or they say, hey, we're trying to build this, can you send us some hardware? Or if we can do it, we'll do it. And obviously, the founders of Arduino, we still teach. So me, David, and Tom, we still teach students in different parts of the world. And that's, again, we learn so much from the students. I think I learn more from my students than when I really kind of teach them. And I think it's important to be connected with universities because that's a lot of young people. The best thing that I like is that if I talk to a bunch of founders because of Supermoderno, and one of the themes that keeps coming up is that if I knew it was so complicated, I wouldn't have done this. And the university is full of people with a lot of energy, a lot of ideas. They don't know how complicated things are, so they jump into these missions, and they make things happen because, luckily they haven't been too conditioned by the environment. So the fact that you have bright minds with a lot of energy that don't know how complicated things are, it's an engine of innovation.
You said you are on the fence regarding open hardware. What are the benefits of open hardware for Arduino, in your opinion?
So this is a personal opinion. It's not the opinion of Arduino. I'm not really sure there is like a huge benefit. As in, from Arduino trying to have a company that works. On the other hand, I told myself multiple times that even if Arduino wasn't open source, people would have copied it anyway, so it's not that not releasing a CAD file was going to change things. I'm disappointed in the different way things have approached things. Like in software, it's much more common that you contribute, and in hardware, people maybe made modifications and then they made their own hardware and they never, sometimes they even shared back whatever they did, which was kind of disappointing. And also, like a lot of people, they used sometimes the hardware that we made as a way to make like a cheap blog post complaining, oh, this board that I got has an edge which is not perfectly, finished, whatever. So in a way, I wish there was more mutual collaboration there, which didn't really happen. Maybe it's our fault, we're not good at it, whatever, but the fact is that the software side is vastly more collaborative.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your opinion. Up next, what were your best childhood memories?
Interesting. I don't know. It's so I used to take apart things all the time, and I tell every parent, if you have a child that takes apart things,
Leave them.
Let them do it first, and second, in a way, you know that this person is going to become some kind of a engineer or inventor or something. And I think I loved when I spent a lot of time trying to understand things by taking things apart, figuring things out, and then I got this kit, and when I was playing with the kit and I was learning things. So the whole idea of like being by myself, making things a lot, obviously I went out and played and everything else, that I was locked in the house. But this moment of not having responsibilities in life and concentrating on learning things was the best part.
We have time for one last question. Do you think Arduino's greatest power lies in accessibility or in inspiring people to build things they never imagined possible before?
Sorry, say that again, I lost it.
Do you think Arduino's greatest power lies in accessibility or inspiring people to build things they never think about before?
Well, I think, so we built Arduino for an audience of people that are very creative, very intelligent, but they usually don't have a background in hardware or software. So I think that was the spark that ignited a lot of bringing people to electronics. They never thought they were going to be using electronics. Like if you tell people you're doing embedded development, they says, no, I'm not. And the fact that you remove these words that make it sound scary made a lot of people kind of approach the technology. And I think that's important. There's a lot of people who are creative and have ideas. I think one of the biggest examples that probably Arduino and the community of Arduino has given is the fact that everything you see here, most of everything you see here was made by another human being. And if you want to reimagine it, redo it, rethink it, you can and you should. And technology, in a way, the way it's designed now, big tech tells you, no, you are a consumer. No? You sit there, you pay a bunch of subscription, we beam you a bunch of stuff, and yes, we let you comment, but we don't really care about that. But the idea that you can actually impact the world by saying, okay, this thing sucks, I'm going to build another thing that's better, more usable, or it's more sustainable, whatever. I think the technology that Arduino plus all the fabrication, Fab Labs, communities, all of these together, they give an example that if you don't like something in a world which is made of technology, you can make your own version that's better. And so, so telling people that they can improve the world around them, I think it's a good result.
Very empowering. Massimo, with that, we reached the time limit for our Q&As. Thank you for your keynote. Thank you for answering our audience questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Massimo Banzi, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll now take a short bio break, so feel free to stretch your legs, enjoy some refreshments in the foyer, and we'll continue with the program at 10:50 sharp. So make sure to be back in time. And a quick reminder, please do not bring any food and drinks back to the audience. Thank you, see you in a bit. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. Before we start with our next set of sessions, we would like to thank our sponsors. Because in core of every Fab Labs, there are people, of course, but always machines. So let's mention our technological partners. First up, Xtool, a company specializing in manufacturing of laser cutters and engraving machines for home and professional use. Their goal is to make precision cutting and engraving more accessible to everyone. Next, Mechanica, open source manufacturer, not only of CNC milling machines. You can meet their team and try out one of their machines during the afternoon workshops in our Fab Lab track at the university venue. And Trotec, specialist in laser technologies for cutting and engraving, together with their Czech distributor Megaflex, they've prepared the laser room at the university. So feel free to visit them, check out the brand new machines and talk to their staff. A big thank you also goes to our amazing community partners for bringing content and materials for afternoon sessions, running cool competitions, and helping us spread the word about FAB25. And now I hope you are all comfortably seated and ready for our next set of featured talks. We'll start with a very special and personal one. One of the key driving forces behind the global Fab Lab network and one of the original architects of MIT's global initiative for field-based technology development, she helped shape what became the Fab Lab program. She's the founding and the current president of the Fab Foundation and a central figure in the story of how Fab Labs evolved over the years. Let's hear how her journey with Fab Labs has influenced her personally and how she reflects on nearly 25 years of shaping this global movement. Coming to tell us why it's all about the heart, it's Sherry Lassiter.
Thank you, Sonia. Добрый день. Good morning, good afternoon, good day. It's wonderful to see you. That was an incredible presentation by Massimo, don't you think? I think he was amazing. Well, as Neil said, I'm here to obsolete myself, but I'm not going to start quite yet. I'm going to reflect on the last 25 years before I'm totally obsolete, okay? And if you have been a part of the Fab Lab network for a long time, you will definitely recognize the ready, fire, aim approach to prototyping. We rapidly iterate everything that we do, and it's very challenging sometimes, but it really it's very exciting and it really stimulates creativity. So, ready, fire, aim. How did I get into this? It was a midlife crisis, I have to admit it. You know, I was a producer, writer, director for documentary television, for science documentary television, and I decided, this was right at the time where we were in the television business, we were experiencing our own version of a technology revolution. We were moving from analog to digital media, and with that, everything changed. So, you know, we used to use these big giant cameras, and you know, now the cameras were like this big. You used to have a big a Steenbeck to edit, you know, your films and stuff, and you know, 2 or 3 people would work on the editing, and now you could do it on your computer with just one person. And so documentaries went from, you know, $1 million enterprises that took 6 or 7 months to you know, something that you could do in maybe 2 months for about 1/3 of the cost, and only 2 people had to do it. And so things were changing, and it wasn't getting better, faster, cheap. It was getting better and faster. No, it was getting better and cheaper, but it wasn't. Oh, sorry, it wasn't getting better. Okay, it wasn't getting better. And so I said, you know, even though I had so much fun, this is what, you know, opened the world to me, opened up cultural exchange and adventure. These are some of the programs that I used to work on. Discover the World of Science. I got to work with Alan Alda on Scientific American Frontiers. It also took me, that same series took me to Russia when it was the Soviet Union, and we were the first documentary crew that was invited in like 50 years or something like that. This was during Glasnost and Perestroika, and so you see here a picture of me standing in front of the mirror. We got to interview some of the early cosmonauts. It was an extraordinary adventure. But I was done. I was like, I don't want to tell the story anymore. I want to be a part of the story. And so I was looking at the newspaper. This really dates me. I was looking at the newspaper one morning, and there was a wanted ad. We used to have classified ads where this is where you would find job opportunities, or this might be where you would find a date, potentially. But I was looking into new jobs because I was done. I wanted to really be a part of the story. And so I saw this job posted at MIT for a program manager for the Center for Bits and Atoms. And I'm like, that is so strange. I really just have to have an interview because of the title. The name of the organization is just too weird. And so I set up an appointment, and I went and met Neil, and we had a 1-hour amazing conversation. And at the end of that hour, I walked out and I said, that is the worst interview I've ever had. I don't understand a thing that man just said. And then 2 days later, he called me up and he offered me the job. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go on this new adventure because I don't know what it's about, but it sounds really cool. And so I started with Neil at the Media Lab in 2001. We had a terrific group of people that he had pulled together around the idea of the Center for Bits and Atoms. So we were working with Joe Jacobson and Marvin Minsky and Scott Manaus, Ike Chuang, a whole group of really amazing pioneers in their different fields. And it was a really exciting place to be at that time. And of course, the Media Lab was partially responsible for the fact that I was, stepping out for the digital revolution. And so it was part of the reason for my change in job is because they were leading the way towards this new digital revolution. So about a year into, maybe not even a year into my job there, Neil and his group, who were working on, at the time, personal fabrication, they were interested in sort of field testing some of the technologies, some of the ideas around digital fabrication and personal expression. And this gentleman from India, Shri Kalbag, who was at the stage of his life where he wanted to give back. He wanted to give back to the community. So he established an ashram for truth, Vigyan Ashram in rural India, and he said to Neil, I want you to bring your tools here and let's experiment here where we really try to teach the skills, some of the skills of the 21st century, but certainly the skills for rural people who don't have access to be able to make their own technology and create their own futures. And so Neil said, great. And this was probably about February or March, and Pakistan and India decided they were going to go to war with each other. MIT said, no way, nobody's going anywhere. And so all of our graduate students took jobs in other places. And about May or June, they lifted the ban on travel at MIT, but nobody was left, except for this one young undergraduate who had never, ever even been out of the country. And her name was Caroline McInnes. And she raised her hand. She said, I would want to go. And Neil's like, well, great, but you've never been out of the country, you're underage, there are all these problems. And I was sitting there, I'd been at MIT for, I don't know, maybe about a year at that point, and I was like, I'm not traveling, I'm kind of bored, I want to go somewhere, right? And so I raised my hand, and I said, Neil, I'd be really happy to chaperone her, right? And he said, okay, that's a great idea. So Caroline and I went off to Vigyan Ashram, where they called me Mem Sahib, and I was shocked by that because that's a very mature name, right? And but at any rate, Caroline and I were privileged with being able to be in Shri Kalbag's ashram with all these young people who were trying to learn and teach the new technologies of the 20th century at the time, right, to their communities in order to create new economic opportunity. And so that was my sort of first deployment. It was very much a prototype, but I was hooked. It was such a special experience to be with the community, et cetera. So I came back and remembered that Neil was teaching this unbelievable course called How to Make Almost Anything. And I said, Neil, do you mind if I kind of take your class, And he said, sure, go for it, I'd really like that. So I signed up for How to Make Almost Anything, and for my final, it was really about personal fabrication, personal expression for me. I'd always been sort of fascinated by the heart. The heart is a sort of a central theme in our literature, in our movies, in our culture, basically, and our art. And so I decided, being inspired by like Carson McCullers and her book, and the book The Heart is a Lonely Hunter, right? Or Be Still My Beating Heart, or the big beautiful sculptures of Jim Dine that are these giant hearts that are black, and that bleed almost when you see them. And so I said, I want to make a heart that will beat, that will reach out to somebody if they get 2 feet, away from me. I want it to beat to show that I'm interested and that I want them to come to me, that I want to talk to them, right? And so it was an absolutely terrible idea, and I did an absolutely terrible sort of design. It was terrible, but I had a whole slew of graduate students that were helping me, and I ended up making a heart that would beat. It was an ultrasonic sensor that would sense when you were 2 feet away, and it would reach out to you when you came within a certain distance of me. And what I had done really was create a linear motor, but I had no idea what a linear motor was. But this really changed the trajectory of my life, this course. And I know others of you may have experienced the same thing, but this idea of opening up the black box of technology and understanding that I can be a creator, that I can create the future of technology or the future of my own personal technology. And it was I learned so much in this environment of just-in-time, peer-to-peer learning, right? And where you do hands-on project-based learning, just like what Massimo was talking about earlier. And so that changed my life entirely, and I really, really decided that, that everyone, every child should be able to learn in this way, at least at some point in their life, to experience this kind of learning, because it's so much more engaging, and it was so much better than anything I'd ever done when I was in school. But I have to say, I have to point to my mentors. So these are the graduate students. Neil has the most amazing graduate students that come through his group. And these were the people that helped me. Rafi Krikorian, he taught me how to code, right? And you saw my terrible my sort of terrible website. But that was okay because we didn't really have a lot of great tools at the time, and so I was just learning, and that was another learning experience, right? Manu Prakash, Amy's son, was a very, very close partner for many years. She and I deployed so many labs around the world. Matt Reynolds, Kenny, Nadia. I think, and then some of the technicians at MIT, and then of course Neil. Altogether, this was an extraordinary group. I was very lucky and very inspired. And I keep telling students to this day, I say, you don't know. You just take a little bit of time to share your knowledge, to teach someone the things that you know, because you can change a life so easily just by doing that. And I will say, especially, and I'm sorry for all of you white men, but especially women and people of color, young people need to see somebody that looks like them in technology and in technology development. And I encourage you, even if it's just once in a while you teach someone, you can change a life by doing this, by opening the black box with them. And then, of course, Amy's dog. I just want to point to Amy's dog as my mentor. Amy would travel a lot and leave the dog with me. And on the right, you see was my first big project, making something big in Fab Academy. So I made a big table, and Everett was there with me all night long while I did it. And Everett used to work with me in the office every day. So he passed away a few years ago. So anyway, so when we went to India, we did a very bare prototype. And then finally, about 2004, I think it was, we went to Ghana, and we deployed a full Fab Lab. So this was the first time that I got to do this writ large. It was in the city of Takoradi. It was several hundred young people, boys, men and women in that school. And this is where I kind of came up with a technique that I loved and I used all around the world, but it was making the heart. Okay, so I had made a heart before for my project. What I realized later on is that you could teach design, especially with Booleans, using the heart, because it was so simple and so rewarding. So you take two circles, right? You put them together, overlap, then you make a square in your design software, and you bring it up and you situate it, and you've got the outlines of a heart. You merge it all together, and then you can send it to the laser cutter or to whatever. And people loved this, and so this kind of became my way of getting around the world and my way of bridging the divide between us, right? And so this is Mr. Ben. He's a teacher at Takoradi Technical Institute with his first heart. But after that, then we sort of grew. We exploded. And I think I've personally probably been on about 70 or 80. I've been involved in the building of 70 or 80 Fab Labs around the world. That's a lot. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot, and every one of them has been different. Every one of them has been a cultural experience, and so rewarding, so rewarding and exciting. I did decide then, right around 2000, I think it was 2009, that I needed to go back to school because I loved teaching this so much, and I felt all the kids really deserved to learn this way. So I went back to Harvard Graduate School for a couple of years, part-time, to get my master's in education, and I was working for Neil at the same time that I was at Harvard Graduate School of Education, and I think I got 3 hours of sleep at most for about 2 years each night. So if I look a little tired there, please forgive me, but that's exactly what it was about. And I learned this beautiful framework, constructionism, for how you teach and learn, right? And so it started with Seymour Papert, who was, I call Constructionist 1.0, and he was really about objects, objects to think with. He's the person that came up with the logo programming language, and turtles, and having kids manipulate turtles by working on a computer. And then, in his footsteps, there was Mitchell Resnick, who is Constructionism 2.0, as Aman and I like to say. And he came up with Star Logo, and of course, Lego Mindstorms he worked on, and Scratch. And Scratch is wonderful in that it brings together young people to sort of work together and, build a dialogue with one another and critique one another and design together. And so that's what we call Constructionism 2.0. And then there was Neil, right? And this Fab Labs were really Constructionism 3.0. So it was objects to make and think with together, right? And this is really, I think, where Seymour wanted to go, but he didn't quite get there. So Neil was the one to bring it to fruition. And so it was a beautiful framework. About the same time, Neil was in the ocean up in Svalbard, I think, with Håkan Karlsson. And they were on a boat. They were sort of drifting around because I think the motor died or something. And they were thinking about the future of the network. And they said, we really need an organization that can really help build this network. In the meantime, I'm here in Boston with Mel King, and we're saying the same thing. We're like, we really need some kind of an organization to really support this. So in 2009, Neil and Stuart Gaines, who was an entrepreneur in Boston, and myself, we put together this organization called the Fab Foundation and the nonprofit status, et cetera, and off we went. And one of the great things that we got to do was to design this distributed network for learning. And so based on Neil's class, How to Make Almost Anything, we started the Fab Academy. And, but it was different. We had to kind of, again, build the airplane as we were flying it. You know, we had to figure out what is the infrastructure for a distributed global network, right? And how do you teach, and how do you give feedback, and how do you evaluate? And so we got to do all of that in the interest of this distributed learning, of making this accessible to everyone. And now we have a portfolio of like 6 courses that we teach, and it's still growing, and it's really, really, it's very exciting. I've taken only like 2 or 3 of those classes, but I'd like to take more. And then for me personally, though, K-12 education is what was most important to me. And very early on in the Fab Foundation, about 2013 or 14, foundations and corporate social responsibility funding came in our direction. So Chevron dedicated about $10 million, and GE Foundation like $6 million to kind of helping us bring this as a STEM education sort of inspiration and engagement for young people all around the United States and in Boston. And we got to work, we built a few mobile Fab Labs, we worked with the Celtics, we went to high schools and middle schools everywhere, reached thousands of young people. And that was really exciting, and we also established this global community of practice, and this is the Scopes website that you may have heard about, but it was really meant to be a place where we could experiment, we could pilot new ways of educating, new kinds of lessons, and share that knowledge and help one another along this path. And so that was very rewarding, and it went through kind of a not a good period, sort of in the COVID or around the COVID years, but it's growing again. We're super happy to say. Being able to sit at the table when we're trying to scale globally, scale impact in ways that are very meaningful is super important and was very, very exciting for me. There were bills introduced in our Congress for making Fab Labs, a part of the national infrastructure. That was really, really exciting, and I learned so much, getting to speak with different politicians and promote the project. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but the idea that we could make change from the bottom up was really, really powerful and very exciting. And during COVID, the fact that we could innovate and we could support our communities, in such vital ways, by providing PPE. And we proved the idea of distributed manufacturing, in essence. And so, these are all really hard things to do, but we did them, and we did them. I don't know that we did them well. We're still doing them, but it was so exciting. And so I've just got 1 or 2 more slides here. Right now, what keeps me up at night and what I want to bring to you is artificial intelligence. It is, I took this course. In the middle, you see there's a picture of, it's the multiverse as translated by AI. And I thought that was really interesting. I took this course at MIT 2 years ago, and I was fascinated with what AI could do and fascinated with the potential of it. But if you've read Designing Reality, and I think everything that we've read and experienced in these last 2 years, which have been, really fast and rapid development of AI, is that the social structures and development really, really need to keep pace with the technology development. And if we're going to make it meaningful, if we're going to make it beneficial for everyone, if everyone is going to benefit financially from this, if we're not going to do the same thing that we did before in the last digital revolution when, a few people got very rich and the rest of us were just sort of left out, right? And this is exactly the community that really needs to be working on this, right? That really needs to be thinking about how do we use this responsibly? How do we do this in ways that benefit everyone? And so I'm just going to point out that I don't have an answer for that, but I would say that if you're not able to work sort of at the higher legislative level, there are a million different things that you can do at sort of a base grassroots level. One project that came up recently is this Fair Enough project. This is done by the Airbus Foundation, and it's a way to teach teenagers how to critically think about what they see online and what's AI and what's false and what's good, what's a good use and a bad use. And so, you know, that's just one small example. I encourage you to go and see this application, I guess. And it's because I think it's very, very nicely done, and I think it's a nice way to think about every time. Yeah, I saw that there's a session here. There's a session here this week. You know, how to make almost any, how to put AI into almost everything you make, something like that. And I think that's wonderful. But I think we need to say, how do we do it responsibly, and how do we do it in ways that that benefit us all, right? It's not good enough just to say, how do you do it? It's how do you do it responsibly, and this is up to us. So that's my call to you. And as just my last note here, I got to, a couple of years ago, work with Megan Smith. She was President Obama's chief technology officer, and Joel Gershenfeld, and some great mentors from the network like Beno Juarez and Nuria Robles, and just a beautiful group of people putting together this course called Fab All-In. It was meant to be diversity, equity, and inclusion. But what we realized after you know, talking for a long time with each other and thinking together, we realized it was really about uplifting the great projects that are already out there, that are already successful, uplifting those, you know, talking about those and celebrating them, and then allowing others, you know, in this sort of open source way, you know, to use them, emulate them, and to build on them, to build even better practices. And so Fab All-In is just a lovely course if you ever get a chance to take it. It's not a heavy lift, but it's a very, very good course. And the very first exercise we did in the very first class was to do a code design online. So everybody had blocks of colors, and you had 1 minute as a community of like 30 people to put together a design and you know, see what happened. And you know, I don't know what you see there, but I see a heart. And I was just like, wow, that's so cool that we would make that together as a community. And so, sorry, I'm getting a little emotional, but I want to say that my heart will always be with you. My heart beats for you and with you, and I thank you for 25 years of just an incredible experience. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sherry Lassiter, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, I'm getting emotional too. Okay. Real stuff. Up next, someone who plays a big role in making FAB25 Czechia happen. In fact, it was Marc Lambaerts who first planted the idea of bringing FabX event to Central Europe. And well, here we are. Marc, along with his family and the Fab Lab 11 team, has been supporting FAB25 in a big way, and you will see them in the afternoons as a part of the organizing team. He is one of the most experienced Fab Lab managers in the world, having founded Fab Lab 11 back in 2009. His focus is on the economics of Fab Labs, what they realistically can and can't do, and how they can become launchpads for real businesses. To date, his lab has helped kick off more than 30 startups. And since we know it is a very important and relevant theme for many of you, we added a 10-minute window for Q&As after his talk. So make sure to send in your questions through the Eventee app. So let's hear about the economics of making from Marc Lambaerts.
Thank you very much and good morning. If you told me 3 years ago that I would give a talk about economics, I would have laughed so hard. Because like every maker, economics is like the last thing we want to talk about, right? But I've been a manager for many, many years. Like I started it 15 or 16 years ago. And then you start wondering about budget. In the beginning, if you start a Fab Lab, money is not a problem. Everybody is enthusiastic. You get funding from left and right. I will show it all in this presentation. Then you have to become sustainable. That's a lot more difficult. A lot of Fab Labs start failing. Then I became interested in innovation, and then innovation led me to economics. And then I will close this off with just my opinion about how the future can be. But first, 15 years of Fab Lab Leuven, it means 13 years of data. What does it mean? Well, in the first 2 years, you're so busy organizing your lab, trying to get people in and enthusiastic, that you don't collect anything. After 2 years, I was wondering, like, oh, this is not the way to do it. We need to know who is coming, why are they coming, and things like that. And so we started collecting it. Fab Lab Leuven is a university-based Fab Lab, and now I hear a lot of you thinking like, oh, the university-based, that's are the easy ones, right? They have money, they have funding, they have... And it can be true, but I made a different choice in the beginning. Within our university, you can start what they call a division, and basically it means that you're like a small business within the university. It's in Leuven. Leuven is a very weird city. Why? Because we have 110,000 inhabitants, and we have 70,000 students living there. So if you go to Leuven now, it's half empty, literally. Like half of the people are gone because it's summer recess, so they go home. The city is the university, and the university is a city, because half of the buildings belong to the university, or dormitories and things like that. So it's an insanely amount of people, a lot of knowledge in a very, very small city. It's not that we have such a big university, no, the city is so small, and we cannot grow anymore. It's one of the biggest problems that we see in Leuven. So, within the next 10 years, that economy is not like a real science, that it's not a real Nobel Prize that they deserve, and things like that. So, we opened up to the public in 2009. After running for 6 months or something, we tried running underground, what I call, because when you start something like that and you don't have any good examples, unless a few, then I wanted to try out everything. So we tried out underground 6 months, then we become open to the public, and we had a big party and opening and things like that. That's why the official date is 2009. In 2010 already, like I told you in the beginning, if you start a Fab Lab, money is easy. We started a European project, an Interreg project. It meant that I could start 4 Fab Labs. Basically what we did was make 2 Fab Labs bigger, mine and another, and we started 2 new ones. The total budget was 2 million, but it's always a little fake, and I hate being fake, because it's 2 million, but you have to put in 1 million of your own money, no? It's always like that. If you do funding, you have to co-finance. The real money that we got out of this project in 3 years was 375,000 euros. So that's already a lot less. But it made us grow, and then we jumped to 3.5 FTE for 3 years. After that, I saw no reason to remain this many people in the lab, because we could do it more efficiently with less staff. After the initial funding, the biggest problem became reality, and then you have to do it on your own. I said that we operate like a small business within the university. It means that I cannot go broke. The moment I hit €0, I have to fire people. So we've always been very conscious about how to do it. I was very lucky that after 1 year we were such a success that the big user groups, and in Leuven it was the architects and the engineering students, those are the most obvious ones there. They were using us so much that those two big departments decided we will start paying for you. So they gave me like one full-time equivalent, and I was like, yes, now we're getting somewhere, because I was working for 1 year and I was almost, I think, almost on the brink of having a breakdown or something, because you work at a lab, you're enthusiastic, and you overdo yourself enormously. At the same moment, there was a movement of makers in the city of Leuven, and I was so lucky to convince them just to join partners and not to do their own initiative. That is what have made Fab Lab Leuven in these early years very great. The good thing else was there were always too many users. Professors started complaining that there were kids hanging out in the hallways at 3 o'clock in the morning, waiting in queue to get their chance to the laser. So the need was obvious, and that of course made that we became like not untouchable, but we had a lot of backup from the students. Because of all this, in my 2 first years, I made a profit of 50,000 euros, and it's still a profit that we still try to hang on, because like I told you, we don't have any funding that is continuously. How do we do it? Basically, the last 13 years, we register every user on the laser cutter and look for who are they coming from. Is it an engineer? Is it someone from the arts? Is it an architect? It doesn't matter. We register everybody. If I see a group that's big enough, then I start negotiations. So I start, if I see that the kindergarten teachers are coming by masses, then I start to talk to the dean, and I say like, okay, you get 1 year for free, your students are using it, now it's your time to pay up, because these negotiations never go as planned, of course. We had to close the facilities for certain students 2 times, and 1 time it was like, really like, the students became angry. Luckily, not at me, because I explained them to them. I could show the emails. I tried to get in touch with your dean. He ignores me already for 2 years. It's time that we do something. And we were lucky, the students took our side, and then the negotiations went very well. So after 1 day, everything was solved. But because we are open to everybody in the university and the broader public, you have groups of students which you cannot allocate, like law. If you have a student of law, how am I going to tell the dean that his law students is using the faculty? Second of it, I cannot explain why, because the student is doing for personal use. Of course, they are allowed to do it with us, but the dean of law will tell me like, no, we will not pay, just kick them out. Now, the amount of money that they cost me is like 1,000 euros, 500 euros. It's not even worth to start negotiating, because in my budget, we are with 2.5 people. If I have to have 10 meetings about 500 euros, I can better do something else for the 500 euros, right? So we're running a deficit of around 25% every year, and that's because of all those small departments. Now I am very unlucky that I have a big university where I'm working on. We tried to negotiate with the rector of the university already 7 years, but they're not moving an inch because they know that our leverage in negotiating is very, very small. How do we solve this? Well, we started doing all kinds of small projects, like STEM projects, like everybody else does. We have, like Sonia told, we have 30 companies that started. They can still use the Fab Lab. If they become profitable, then they start paying. So basically, every company that starts in Fab Lab Leuven, in the beginning, their students, they can use it for free. The moment that they make money, they start paying. If they make more money, they start paying more per laser hour, per 3D print. That's how we don't kill them in the first 3 years, because for a starting company, if you have to pay your wage, that's already way too much. It's almost impossible to get it. And we do all other things like helping research and things like that. The revenue went up steadily, but then you see the COVID years. Just for references, COVID 2020, it was like a loss for Fab Lab Leuven of 80,000 euros, so we took a very big hit there, because of course students were not coming, they were not allowed. Everything went down. The cool thing is that you see how a university works perfectly if you look at the 3D prints. So these are the kilograms of 3D prints that we do. Last year we had like 300 kilogram 3D printed, but you see when the students have their projects and when they don't have their projects. The yellow lines are the totals, but the cool thing is the research, so the professors and the doctor and the postdocs follow exactly the same curve. So it's not only the students that work in the same up and down. We expected that during vacation, PhD students would come more. Nope, they follow exactly the same course. Research and students do exactly the same. I thought that was very weird. Why do numbers matter? Well, a lot of Fab Labs go broke after 3 to 5 years. And that's why I wanted to give this warning. In my opinion, there will be more, but Fab Lab that is running commercially for more than 10 years is Happy Lab in Vienna. So I think it was 2 years ago when I met Karim. I met him already a lot of times, but then we were having beers, and I was asking him, like, how do you do it? It's like the only lab that keeps on succeeding. And then he told me, like, they have like 1,700 users that pay a monthly fee every month. So that's an insane amount if you know that 30 euros a month is the lowest subscription you can get. So even if everybody, and that will not be the case, only pays 30 euros, it's still a lot of money that they have to go around with. That's why numbers matter. If you have a lot of people, everything becomes cheaper. Now, why have I to do with economics? 3 years ago, I was hitting a wall. I wanted to do a big project, and I could not push it forward. And then I started thinking, what are we good at as Fab Labs that we don't sell yet? And of course, there's a lot of talk about innovation, but how do you really do innovation economics? So I started following online courses. I went to professors. And then the weird thing is, from the 1930s on, and this means that all governments are still using this as the main innovation theory. We use the classic innovation theory like from Joseph Schumpeter, and it means that entrepreneurs drive innovation. The basic theory is very simple. You have a company, you see a hole in the market, you invent something, and you sell it to the product to the customers. The entrepreneurs will solve it. There was actually no further research until in the 80s, and then they didn't tackle the problem of who is doing the innovation. No, they tackled the problem of how much does innovation contribute to the GDP. If there's economic growth, 60% will be because of technological innovation. Robert Solow won the Nobel Prize in 1987, and his findings were weird because it was not labor and capital like everybody was telling. That was the main factor of economic growth, but it was innovation. Then we jumped 30 years later, in the years 2000. Then Paul Romer came with the idea that it's not innovation or innovation systems that does it, it's the people who drive it. And this is one of the key things, I think, where we as Fab Lab can have an enormous impact. It's the talent base. At the moment, 0.15% of the people are active in R&D and innovation. Basically, research departments of universities and things like that. So the talent base is very small. Romer is very clear about it. If you can broaden the talent base, we will have more innovation. One of the coolest guys I ever read was 3 years ago was Eric van Hippel. He's at MIT, and he has the cool theory of leads and innovation. What he did was, who is really innovating? He tells his own story, and then he tells it like, I asked a lot of companies who thought a new product on the market, can you show me the first prototype? And then they always show the picture of a very slick, nice machine, completely finished. And then he said, like, yeah, but this is not the first prototype. If you've seen the talk of Massimo and his first Arduino, that's a first prototype, right? They never could show it or sell them. So we started like looking like, who is innovating now for real? If it's not the companies like we always believed. And then he came to the conclusion that 6% of the total population does something innovative at home. And most of those things die at home as well. It works for you, works perfectly, but you don't get anything out of it. Take, for example, the picture is a mountain bike. Mountain bikes were completely invented by users in California. They made the mountain bike. Then, in the end, bicycle stores or companies saw it. They saw it being a success, started copying it, and claimed it as their own. So why do I think we have a big role? If you combine those four theories, I think Fab Labs are like uniquely suited to broaden the base. That's the main thing. If you get a lot of people into innovation of invention or making, you will broaden the base of all the people that can do and help the innovation system drive. Imagine that we can reach the 6% of Paul Romer compared with the 0.15% we're reaching now. Of course, that goal is not like a realistic goal. But even if we can double or triple the amount, we can double and triple the amount of innovation as well. That's why I think that Fab Labs should, we still makerspaces, but we should slightly shift to what we are good at. One of the things we're very good at is resilience. I think one of the best examples was during COVID. Every big company was laying flat, and then all of a sudden you saw those face screens, all those things popping up all over the world. We were doing the same. In the beginning, they were laughing with us. The university hospital was like, Marcus, but you're not certified. After 2 weeks, they were crying to get shields for their personnel as well. So we moved very fast. I think that's one of the things we keep underestimating, how resilient Fab Labs are, and especially the people that work in the Fab Lab. Of course, we are having very good at STEM, but I think this thing's already covered. I think we should emphasize that making is fun as well, right? You always have to. And I think now, since the last years, when all defense budgets, and I know this will be a very weird topic for Fab Labs as well, but there should be some money in it for us as well. You have to just take as example Churchill's toy shop. Basically, it was a bunch of nerds he put in a villa, and they came up with the weirdest weaponry or defensive, offensive, it doesn't matter, but he did it. And I think there lies a chance for us as well to get some of the budgets we need. So in my opinion, economic proof is there to do something else and make sure that we can get on those budgets as well. But we have to reframe it. I always sold my place as like a workplace. No, we're not. We're basically a lab where innovation happens. That's how economists guys think. And that's probably how governmental people think as well. So you have to understand that we're not just a maker's lab. This is a living lab for understanding how these innovation processes work. The last thing I want to add, I've given you a presentation with, obviously on my t-shirt, that I hate giving presentations and I rather make PowerPoints. So the guy, I really would have loved it that I invented this quote, but it was Lieve Standaard from Fab Lab Brussels. He knew that I liked the quote so much that he gave me a t-shirt, I think 7 or 8 years ago, so I have to thank him for that. And of course, I have to thank my sponsors. Huh? Everybody who knows Belgium, we know that we have very... Voilà.
Just cheering for a Duvel, so. And I love seeing you on stage. So Marc Lambaerts, give it up for him once again. Thank you, Marc. Yeah, guys, come in, please. We're running a bit late, but I hope we can get to at least a few questions from the audience. So yeah, please sit down, Marc. Thank you.
That's very nice.
Greetings from Fab Lab Brno. Thank you for helping to organize FAB25. And yeah, this is the proper refreshment for a speaker like you. So, Marc, I know you've been attending, just like help yourself, the FabX events from Fab6. You've skipping 1 or 2.
Yep.
How do you see the evolution of this event?
I don't say I saw that much evolution, except like sometimes a new technology comes up and everybody's talking about it for a while, but it takes a way longer, we noticed, before everybody starts using it in a Fab Lab. For instance, 3D printing, when we started, everything was still patented, so the first 3D printer we bought was like one of those very expensive, massive machines. And then MakerBot came with the teacup, and that was revolutionary. But of course, if you wanted to have good prints with a teacup, you really needed to know what you were doing. It was not like you take it out of a box. And in my opinion, it's only when Prusa came out with their printers that it revolutionized. They became cheap, but very reliable and very easy to operate. So, but it takes time. Even when we had Prusas, in my lab, you see that the growth of 3D printing started around 2019-20. So
Yeah.
the beginning of 3D printing at home was like 2010, so it takes like 10 years before the general public starts using it, I think. So
Okay.
it is moving, but it is moving way more slowly than I think a lot of expected.
Okay. You mentioned that students start paying once they are profitable in Fab Lab 11. How do you track their incomes or earnings?
Well, it's all on good faith. But basically, you know the guys already for years. Most of the times they start like in their bachelor years, and when they start their company, they're in their masters. And basically, we just keep good contacts with them. And if they tell me that they're making a profit, then we believe them that only then it will start happening. If we don't have that faith, then the entire system would collapse, of course. That's the big negative, but we haven't had any bad experience with the 30 spin-offs we had, so I'm
Good.
sticking to that principle at the
Yeah.
moment.
Good to hear. Do you charge for materials for profit?
We have a little bit of profit on most of the materials, but not that much. Basically, we just round the numbers. Because if, like, one sheet of MDF, if we buy it, like we always buy like with a few hundreds of them at the same time, if they cost me like €1.40, we will ask €1.50 just to have some coverage. But we will not add like a normal store, like we don't add a lot of margin on it, no.
Okay. RC wrote, we track usage and stay very busy in our lab, but still have to justify more stuff. How do you help leadership see the real need to grow your team?
Well, that's a very difficult one. If I know that, I would have done it myself years ago, I think. It's almost impossible. You're dealing with people that basically don't want to pay, right? Everybody wants to have it for free, and I think we have to be more honest as Fab Labs as well, like this costs money. A lot of times we get budgets in the beginning from projects, and we offer everything for free. But we should start making more sense to people, like this is the cost of a Fab Lab if you divide it by laser hour or by 3D print. So the only thing that we can make really profitable in my lab is like the 3D printers. So there I don't have to ask higher hierarchy for money. So that's the nice thing, we can do that. But for the laser cutters and with the staffing, it's almost impossible to do. And if I could have, if I know the answer to that one, I would have done it years and years ago.
Is access to tools still the most important thing Fab Labs can offer in 2025, or has something else become more valuable?
I think access to tools is of course key, but my belief is always that it's the people of the Fab Lab and not the tools. Of course the tools, but everybody can buy the tools. It's not the most expensive one. I think it's the team or the community around the Fab Lab that's way more important. So if we have a lot of students helping out, volunteers and things like that, those are the key players for me to give people access. If you're not open yourself to everybody, then it becomes very difficult to attract all the other people. So, of course, access to tools is what we are there for, but making sure that the boundary of entering the building or entering the lab is as low as possible. I think that is key, because if you see, and I love them, those very nice, flashy Fab Labs completely, nobody dares to enter the building, then you're failing as well.
Yeah, for sure. Why do you say laser cutters are so important in your lab?
Well, because it's so easy to make something. It's still, for me, it's one of the most incredible inventions that we have ever had. Basically, if we do STEM camps, after 5 to 10 minutes, every kid has his own keychain, and then the journey starts. And the rate of success is so incredibly fast. I love 3D printing as well, but if you have to go and design in 3D, that's already a lot more difficult than in 2D, like Inkscape or something for the lasers. So for me, the main workhorse still in our lab is the laser cutter, because all the people and everybody knows those users, like, I hate computers. If they say that, well, if you take them to the laser cutter, most of them will start. And then I don't say the hate for computers goes away, but then they see that there's some value in learning it, drawing in 2D or something.
We cut to the chase now. What's the single best beer in the world?
Oh, that's very easy.
Remember where you are.
Yes, but since I am in the Pulidor city, of Czech Republic. So you guys are used to getting second place, right?
Yeah, we are, but we don't like it very much.
I'm still going to stick with Duvel then.
Duvel,
Duvel, of course.
of course.
Of course.
Okay. We need to teach you better, Marc. Jean-Marie is asking, do you still have time to do fun stuff for yourself?
Nope. And that's maybe one of the sad parts. No, we actually do have sometimes if the students are really during the exams, but most of the times the team is then trying to get everything organized for the next shift. So it's cleaning, So I already pitched the idea for many Fab conferences, like we need a Heal the Manager camp. And I'm really thinking about doing it this January because this organization was heavy as well. So I think in doing, just invite 20 or 30 managers and have fun 1 week in the lab on our own and kick everybody out because we need it as well.
Yeah, I think Jan Dvoracek, the program manager, would be the first to sign to that.
I think so.
What kind of data are you collecting now and what do you use it for?
Well, basically we collect everything we sell. We know perfectly not which student, but from which faculty the student comes when he's laser cutting, he's 3D printing. Because those are easy trackable. Yeah. The vinyl cutter as well. Of course, if they just use the handsaw or I don't know what, like only hand tools, we never track it because it's almost impossible to do, so it's not worth it either. So those are the things we track, and of course we have all the sales and all those things, yeah.
Tomáš Mejzlík is asking, what would you recommend to Fab Labs that are about to be established into 2025?
Well, have a backup. No, you cannot start fast enough with your sustainability. So even like I told you in the beginning, it's the first 2-3 years everybody's enthusiastic. Government, cities are jumping in. They want action. It's new. It's also, if you see it, I still remember that we were all Fab Labs, right? Now Makerspace is way more popular in governmental blah 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 because it's something new. As long as you're new, it's no problem, but already start thinking about how can I make this sustainable after the project funding is ending.
Okay. Luke is asking, what's your second best beer?
Well, now I have to go for the Czech one, no?
Yeah, you have to, for sure.
Nice try, Luke.
So your answer?
Then I will go for Pilsner Urquell, right?
Okay, cool. I get that. Who founded the startups that grew out from the Fab Lab? Students from uni or independent entrepreneurs?
Both. We don't make any difference between them. So, of course, because 80% of my users are students, it will be 80% of the startups probably as well.
Cool.
But then 20% are just people coming in, and we have startups from them as well. So it doesn't really matter. It's just like the people coming in, where they're coming from, that's leading out, yeah.
Okay, thank you for your answers. That's all we have time for now.
Okay.
Thank you, Marc.
Thank you for the
Enjoy
beer.
your beer. Marc Lambaerts, thank you. And our next speaker hardly needs any introduction, especially if you've been following how tech, society, and innovation have come together over the past 30 years. She's one of Europe's leading voices on digital rights, open innovation, and citizen technology. She's the founder and the director of Waag Future Lab in Amsterdam, a research institute where art, tech, and social change meet. Under her lead, Waag has recently celebrated 30 years of existence. To tell us why maker culture is the key to strategic autonomy, please welcome Marleen Stikker. Hi. Welcome.
Very nice to see you from up here. It's really great. Thank you so much. Yeah, 30 years. So there are a lot of anniversaries. And it started with us, and for me, with the internet. 1994, 1993, maybe some years before. It was quite interesting to me. And I thought we need something, an interface, to open it up for a general audience. And that became the Digital City in 1994. And the first years of our existence with Waag Future Lab, at that moment it was called Waag Society for Old and New Media, we were all sitting behind screens and creating the digital world, like working in cyberspace, creating worlds on the internet. And for us, it was an enormous relief when we started to already have some tangible stuff, that we started to build tables or materials like Scotty to have interaction with real objects and the internet. And then, of course, we got in contact with the FAB movement. I try to, I'm not sure if I can really, this is sort of like trying to map what all happened. So it all starts somewhere in 2006. We have this big conference picnic. We invited Neil to talk about the Fab Labs that he was starting. We had the RepRap was there. Some people took up to build the first 3D printing machines based on the people that opened up the whole idea of opening up hardware. And we also opened the first Fab Lab. At that moment at Mediamatic Alhema, and then later on to the Zwijger, and now finally, after a few years, it also became in our own building at the Waag, which is our beautiful building at the center of Amsterdam. And from there on, I think I want to say it was been so important to have a place inside of your organization which tells you day by day, every day, that you can make almost everything and that you can access the world by making. So it had a lot of influence on many of the projects that we did later on. So there's a whole area of building sensors for citizens to measure their own environment. I think Emma is here around. She's one of the people very essential to build a position in building sensors and technologies for that, for smart citizens. There's a whole movement about maker education, as we've already seen. It's very important to have ways to learn people how to make. Fab School with Henk, who's here, is very important. But also we helped to set up a whole network, a large network of makerspaces in the libraries in Amsterdam and abroad. And we helped a lot of maker initiatives in the city. I think this is this one, like this. It was really like a maker culture, building a maker culture in Amsterdam and abroad. Yes, maybe this one then. Sorry, I have to show you. Then we could organize the Fab 6 in 2010, which is, and I think some people will recognize themselves. I think I saw Sherry, and I saw Klaas, and I saw a lot of people here. So nice maybe to wave back to 15 years ago. But also the whole idea about a Fairphone. Because we had a Fab Lab, we were able to sort of think about hacking the phone that we were having in our hands. And this is where Bas van Abel and a team of people, Miguel, starting to rethink, can we maybe make our own smartphone? So a place like that, and maybe it's a little bit what has been said before, if you have an environment which has this idea of, we can do this, we are not, we can hack this, we can also make things, you come to this crazy idea to make a smartphone without any background in that. So it's really, and still I think Fairphone is a very successful company. It's a spin-off from the Waag. The Biohack Academy, moving in the field of also biotech, the same ideas about if we can make almost everything, it must also be something with living materials. The Fab Academy with Cecilia, who's also in the room here, and the people from Fab Academy is built up, and the textile lab is being created in the Waag. Then something like a material stack comes out of this. So it has influenced many of our ideas and activities. And then, of course, this is what I think drives us. If you can't open it, you don't own it. And has been referred to it to the Maker Bill of Rights and to the Maker movement before. And I think this is basically also what drives me. I cannot stand something which is a black box. So maker culture is about the curiosity and the creativity and imagination. Sometimes I feel it's too much only about the technology. Like I really believe that STEM without the A of art is not as living and as creative as could be. Because I think the arts, imagination, creativity is really essential, having to be represented in the world of maker culture. But of course also skills and tinkering and exploration, cooperation, inspiration, sharing has been defined as very essential. Also in the Fab Lab charter, of course, that you share and the whole idea of a commons, that you have also responsibility together for it. And then, of course, agency and resilience, because I think somewhere deeper in this whole idea about having this maker culture is that we want to have grip on our own lives, not only our tools, but also our future. We want to have a say, an agency in it. We don't want to consume, we want to produce, we want to be in part of this environment. And that brings us back to this black box. It's really about, if we want to know what's under the surface, we want to understand how it works. And so this trying to understand the world and brings also this responsibility. And sometimes I think this is very difficult to handle, because at the moment that you see how something works and you see the larger scope of it, it's sometimes very difficult to take the responsibility because you also see how complex the world is. And especially if it's about ownership, because this is where we are at the moment. We are in a world which is defined by big tech. It's been mentioned, and I want to make it very explicit. This is actually what drives, at the moment, capital, politics, and innovation. Especially if you look now in Europe, the whole AI industry, and these men are the same people that are also driving the AI industry, are now asking to hold the AI Act. They really don't want to be regulated. And I think this is sort of like a wake-up call for many people, also people who are not so aware about that technology is power and technology is politics, always have been, but not always have been recognized. So what to do? What's at stake? Well, I think this term has been used many, many times, and sovereignty is being used a lot, but the term that is being seen in all the political policy papers, but also in newspapers, it's about strategic autonomy. Are we still steering our own lives? Are we still in charge of our own industries? Do we still have access to our emails if somebody says that we will be locked out? So there's a huge appropriation of data, of knowledge and labor by tech companies. And it's very difficult to be both being enthusiastic about the possibilities of AI, so not being like only against it, but it's very difficult not to be very, very concerned about what's going on at the moment. And I think this appropriation is complex because it's also the compute infrastructure that is in the hand of big tech. And I want to later on come back to that, because I think if you don't have access to compute, it's the same idea about having access to tools. So we are actually, the problem for us having for the future is building up. And then, of course, the whole question about self-determination. We are locked in, and well, I think this audience feels and maybe can also prove that it's not necessary, that you can have a life outside of the big tech. It's possible. We saw the whole presentation of Arduino today. It is possible, but for many, many people, it's not even feasible. They don't even think it's possible. And a lot of policymakers believe that this is just how the world is, and that you just have to deal with it. So there's also really a race to the bottom if it's about the planetary effects, like the ecological footprint of what we are doing at the moment, not just of AI and data, but also how we source our materials is a huge problem also for hardware and chips and everything. It has a lot of consequences for other people on the world, and we not always take them into account. And how is this, can we sort of continue doing this? And this is, there is of course, then it develops also a strange ideology about transhumanism. I'm not aware of you all, like the whole area of super intelligence, and then we all will have to live on Mars. At the end, for future generations, it's always about mankind, never about people. Always we have to save mankind. And that's why we have to continue on this trajectory, on and on and on. And I think it's really important to take a pause and to understand what is actually at stake, and can we take back some of these controls? So how to regain strategic autonomy with public values at its core? Because I think there, of course, lies the issue. What kind of values do you put in technology? If we say technology is not neutral, then we have to clarify ourselves. And amongst this group, I think we have shared values. But outside of this world, you will encounter many different values. So for a long time already, and this is, I think some of you will also be involved in it, I think it started with digital social innovation, then it became next generation internet, and that's the people that sort of were thinking about this idea of next generation internet and the values that should be accompanying that is being put into this idea of the Eurostack. And actually, Eurostack, a European alternative for digital sovereignty, I think it's a very interesting document because it shows how all these layers of technology are depending on each other and that there are vast amounts of data and labor and energy going into this future of our technologies. So if you think a Eurostack, a digital Eurostack, or a public Eurostack is feasible, we have to start to work on it and to bring a lot of different communities together. Because it is a nested problem. We cannot think about only the hardware or the firmware or the applications. We also have to think about how data functions, how this, more like these are the fields of protocols and standards, security service. But then the ones that I pointed out in red are mostly forgotten in the discussion. It's about earth materials. If you think about the geopolitical situation we're in, Greenland and Ukraine are now part of the fights for earth materials, of critical materials. So we cannot see our own world with making stuff and being happy making stuff, even if they're open and so on. They are related to these worlds, to this fight for earth materials. It is related to energy. How are we going to stay on this planet if we are accelerating the use of energy? And of course, in all the stories, always labor is being forgotten. It's sort of taken for granted. But we have to acknowledge that in many of the areas, even for the nice products that we use, off the shelf from Shenzhen, somebody made these things. And sometimes you can see really, and some of this work is not so interesting as the work that we do. So I think, so we have to relate to the idea of labor conditions as well. So these nested principles we cannot sort of deny, and we have to take them into the dialogue. So what kind of strategic choices? And of course, these are very general things, but I think they also sometimes help. I sometimes bring these principles to people that have no technical background, and they sort of can relate to it. So I try to find language that is not just for the professionals, but also for people that have to make policies about it. So of course, we want to have interoperability, and we don't want to be locked in. We want to have public data and compute. We don't want to depend on private data and compute. Privacy by design, you should think it's a given. It's not. Surveillance by design is a given. Federative or distributed versus centralized. Regenerative in the sense that you don't take more than what you bring back. Instead of extractive. And societal values instead of shareholders' interest. And in the end, of course, it's about a democracy that's in control and not capital that's in control. So this is a very political talk, I suddenly realized. So how can you make this into the technologies that we build? I think, of course, there will be many workshops, and I see many of them, which is about mesh static, and what happens when we cannot rely on all the technologies we have if even the electricity falls out. Well, then we have to come back to really low tech. And I think the skills, the ideas, and the set of ideas, that the communities that you have to build around these technologies are really essential. They are already essential at certain fields, for example, the battlefields, but it's also essential for our societies to have to understand this kind of technologies and have access. And I think we built with Henk the blackout box, but there are many other different projects in this area. I think it makes really sense to build out. But this is the low-tech version. But you can also go, of course, we have to go to the consumer part products. And I think this is where I think I can be very happy after 30 years. It's just sometimes you feel that you're a little bit successful, because it's, of course, an area with so many actors which are much larger, and big tech, of course, definitely has more power than any of us here in the room at the moment. But what I'm really happy about is that we helped to establish Fairphone. And now Fairphone is one of those layers in the stack that works with F-Droid, which is an ungoogled operating system, with Murena, which has apps that doesn't track and trace. So you can see that even on a small scale, you can, even with some actors that are all very small actors still, and some of them are public players, some of them societal, some of them are startups or stay-ups. You can start to work on this stack, on this public stack, on the Euro stack. Actually, what I thought was really fun is that the Fairphone now also brings back this sort of idea to the States. So in the States, they also can, of course, benefit from it. Actually, what I said, the Euro stack is also, there's also an India stack, which is also about interoperability. So it's not, there's of course the tendency now in Europe to come together and fight big tech and that kind of stories. Unfortunately, a large part of the industry is almost exactly the same as the big tech industry in the United States. So I think it's not about the States versus Europe versus Russia versus India. I think underneath the surface, it's about interoperability, these values that we share with many people around the globe. So I hope that I'm not just telling here a European story. And I think in India, with the Indian stack, they did some things already really, really good in making an interoperable layer for identity and data and so on. So I think our next frontier, and as been mentioned before, is how we can have access to or how can we become part of this AI movement without adopting the strange stories about transhumanism of superintelligence. And that's a fine line. I realize it's very difficult not to be trapped in this story that AI has to happen and it will steer everything. So if it's about agentic AI, for example, I believe that we should really, and I think Meredith Whittaker has a very good presentation on this. If people think that we should have agentic AI in our personal lives, we really should oppose it, because it would mean that you have to give up everything about privacy, everything about having grip on your own life. So there are areas that you really don't want to have this kind of AI being implemented, and we have to be very clear about it, because now it's fuzzy. It's really very fuzzy. There are areas for AI which it makes a lot of sense. For example, in the medicine or in the healthcare environment, where you can, with a lot of data sets and machine learning and deep learning, you can have a better understanding maybe of how cancer works or how other life science works. And interesting enough, in that field, in the health sector, the implementation of AI goes much better because there are good structures for it. There are ethical boards, there are trials that you have to do. So in all the other sectors that we use AI at the moment, there is not such a thing. The only thing that we have is here in Europe is something like the AI Act, and it's being heavily fed now from the industry, the European industry, that wants it to pause and it doesn't want to be regulated. And then there are areas, and I think this will, some of you are already working it, and I understood that Arduino is already working with projects with AI. It will definitely have a lot of effect also on the hardware and how we make supply chains and how all these elements will work together. And there, I think we have to sort of make up a plan. I think if you bring up all the interests, all the labs here, and the force and the innovation that it can activate, we need to have a stake in what's then being built as the compute infrastructure or the collaborative environments or the software to work with it. And of course, we are here all independent, smaller initiatives. Some of you are part of university labs. But this idea about public AI, I think it's really essential to put it on the table. It's not public in a sense, it's not the government, it's not private, it's like a civic society initiatives that can have access to compute and to all the infrastructure around it. So I would really tell you, like, look at this public AI white paper. It's written by Bertelsmann and by Open Futures Foundation, and it really helps to set up a stage and a language for us to build this idea. So I hope that we also understand that regulation is really essential for having grip and strategic autonomy in our future. It will open up the possibilities for new commerce, and if we don't regulate, we definitely know that the monopolies will win. Thank you very much.
Marleen Stikker, ladies and gentlemen, and happy 30th anniversary to Waag Future Live. Another great feature talk, and we'll close today with look into the future. Not just of Fab Labs, but of digital fabrication itself. Have you ever imagined how hard it would be to 3D print something outside of Earth? Whether a Fab Lab or something close to it could exist on orbit? Or are astronauts actually makers? We are about to hear about a cutting-edge experiment in 3D metal additive manufacturing in space. Our next speaker works at the European Space Agency in the Directorate of Human and Robotic Exploration. He helps coordinate scientific instruments used in International Space Station in the Columbus module. With a background in aerospace, engineering and management, he's worked on everything from microgravity experiments on rockets and at the ISS to satellite-based tools we use here on Earth. So please welcome on stage Rob Postema. Stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this wonderful introduction. Rob Postema, as said. What I will do, I have to go one back, to present you a very recent initiative, the Metal 3D printer, and the results of that. A few months ago, when I was asked to do this, I was thinking to open with the sentence which is from a famous Monty Python movie, where when they start changing a scene in the meaning of life, they say, "And now for something completely different." But after seeing some of the presentations, talking to you, I'm not so sure anymore, but I'll come back to that at the end, so you have to stay. This is a large initiative. This is something which I do not do on myself. So it's a team within the European Space Agency, where my personal involvement is to lead the project from cradle to grave. My colleague Advenit Makaya is the science. He is looking at the process samples from the printer to see what it can tell us about future printing in space. And then the printer itself is developed by a consortium which is led by Airbus Defence in Space in Toulouse. Just to set the scene a little bit, because I'm very much aware that I don't need this slide when I'm talking in a space conference. This might be slightly different. What is the European Space Agency? A lot of text. I'm not going through that in detail. But it's an intergovernmental agency which is managing the European space program. And we consist of a number of member states, which are more or less the same as the members of the EU, but we're not in the same organizational frame. We do cooperate. And these member states, every 4 years, we set a program. The member states finance it, and the ESA, the European Space Agency, makes sure that the program is executed by setting contracts to industry to develop space infrastructure, satellites, experiments, but also the use of satellite data. This year we celebrate our 50th anniversary. We were founded in 1975, based on a merger by the European Space Research Organization, which was there from the 60s, and the European Launcher Development Organization. And we work together with the member states to execute this program. Also, when you go to Prague, there is also the establishment of the EUSPA, as we call it, which is a space agency by the European Commission. We work together, where EUSPA more focuses on the development of satellites, which we can use, the data we can use on Earth in different domains, and ESA is responsible for the infrastructure. Having said that, let's go to a very small area within what we do within the European Space Agency, and that's in-space advanced manufacturing, which is at its infancy. We do work with 3D modeling, 3D printing, etc. It's mostly based on establishing components which are launched into space. But that needs to be very strong, because it has to survive a launch, it has to survive the environment. Whereas when we're printing something in space, there's no gravity. There's no, I would say, forces on structure, so we can make it very light. So that's why we're looking at added in-space advanced manufacturing. There's also another reason why we need this, because when the space station, if something breaks down, we can bring it down, repair it, and we can bring it up again. If we need a spare part, there's every 2 or 3 months something, we have a vehicle being launched to the space station with spare parts. If we're on our way to Mars, we're not able to overtake the vehicle with spare parts. Also, we cannot have spare parts of everything. We would be flying a warehouse, which is too much, too heavy. So we have to look for alternatives. And one of these alternatives is in space. I mean, apart from making it extremely reliable, is that when we need it, to have a manufacturing capability in the space vehicle itself. This could be for repairs, could be for dedicated components. I had a talk yesterday with one of the university startups here who were making these nano sets. We could even print it. Massimo was already touching upon that. We could even print that on board the space station. So it could be dedicated tools. In space, advanced manufacturing is going the full range. One of the things we already did in the International Space Center, was already performed, is with plastic printers. There have been 3 there, peak printers, to print parts. They are part of tools. But we also wanted to understand how it is to print metal in space, which comes with different challenges. I will come to that later. So we started the initiative to develop a metal 3D printer for space as a technology demonstrator. So by no means to go into space and produce spare parts which could directly be used, or new parts which can be directly be used, but to investigate whether it's feasible to print something in space. And that splits into 2 parts, the feasibility. Is first, can we print high quality samples? We have to familiarize with the quality of printing under microgravity conditions versus printing on ground. But also, how are you operating a printer in space, where there's limited resources? So it's different. We cannot do batch production. When we're developing a part for a satellite, usually we have a batch of 50 to 100 of that parts. We test 20, and if the test passed, then we have a certain reliability on the remaining parts. How do you do this when you're going to do 3D printing? We have limited space of the equipment. Well, what you see on the right side, yeah, it's also for you on the right side, is what I call the Beast. It is a metal 3D printer which has been uploaded to the station early last year. Just to give you a quick tour, this here is a large sealed container, because of different reasons I come back to. It's about 80 by 80 by 40 centimeters, and then you have the electronics and the hydraulics for cooling, for gas supply, etc., etc. In total, we have been launching 180 kilos. And this is what we have printed so far, and we wanted to print. And you will see that there are no recognizable parts in that sense of this is something we could use on board the station or use in any instrument development. This is purely there to investigate, the first one, to investigate what is the bending and the tensile strength of something we print in space. And we compare it with what we have printed on ground, and we compare it with what has been developed by and manufactured by other manufacturing methods. The second one is thin walls, which comes a little bit closer to what we could print in space and what we would need, because we would need tubes there. Sometimes repair, sometimes they leak, we need to replace a part. So it could come close to that. The third one is a part of a tool, and the first 2 have been printed successfully already. The third one, I'm sad to say that after 20% we had to stop the printing because the print surface developed very inefficient. and we had the damage of the risk of damaging the nozzle of the printer, which is very close to the surface. So we decided to continue with the fourth sample, which is now returned, printed successfully and returned, and it's going to the Danish Technical University to do investigations into the thermal stability of what we have printed. With that all, we try to learn what is the quality of printing this material in space. The method, I forgot to say, is additive manufacturing. Basically, it's laser heated. It's kind of a welding process where we do weld the next layer by laser heating on the sample. What challenges do we have by bringing a metal printer into space? First, it's safety. There's crew there. We want to keep them safe. There is a 1 to 1.5 kilowatt laser inside. There is exhaust fumes. These have to be all mitigated, and it's not about just having a plastic window in front of it to protect against the fumes, against the laser. No, we need to have three safety barriers in place, which are independent from each other, to make sure that the risk we're having with the laser or with the exhaust fumes is not becoming a hazard to the crew. So for the laser, it's the sealed container, which is 1 millimeter thickness of aluminum. It's keeping the laser fixed, so we cannot activate it. And then there is an inhibit that as soon as the laser is not at the focal point, we have a hardware mechanism to switch off the laser. So there are three things which is different we have to from what we're looking at on Earth. Then if we have an issue with the printer itself in space, the repairs become much more difficult. If the nozzle would miss a line, we're basically, we are end of mission. We cannot repair it anymore because we don't have the facilities there to realign it. One of the challenges for the future. We have to choose between what the crew can do and what we can do from ground. In this case, we choose that the crew is installing the printer in a facility, in an experiment rack, as we call it, and where we are then handing it over. All connections are made, and then it's handed over to a ground station. And the ground station is doing actually the printing. It's monitoring the printing layer by layer, decides whether it's gone right based on the information we get. You see we have a video camera there, we have a laser scanner sensor, and then they decide to go for the next steps. Once it's ready, it's over to crew again to recover it and to place a new substrate to go for the next print. Be aware, this operation of recovering a printed sample from the printer and getting it back into the rack for printing a new one takes about 4 to 6 hours, which is also one of the challenges we're facing, because crew time is very expensive. Printing performance is something we hope to start answering in the next months to year, because we are post-processing the samples now. And then we have limited resources. We have vacuum. Well, that's the best vacuum you can get in space. We have nitrogen, we have power, we have cooling, and we have data. That's it. And this is there to support your printing. So we're printing in a nitrogen environment. So these challenges led to this timeline. Space project is never fast. It's not, I think this is one of the things of, and now for something completely different. We started back in 2019 with starting with the design, getting an engineering model, do all the testing. We launched it January last year, and the operation started. And well, this is already a little bit out of date, because the two samples you see on the right lower side, these are actually the samples which have been printed in space, returned to Earth, and are now subject to investigations. The third one with the thin layers is on its way. And I'm also happy to announce that on Tuesday, this Tuesday, we will have the kickoff for printing the 5th sample, because initially we thought we would only be printing one. but it has turned out to be a success, and now we even have some material left inside the printer, so we only have to upload to the space station a new substrate, and we can print a fifth sample. And one of the elements we're going to print is 2 small rocket nozzles, which are going to be tested on Earth. Not sure I want to be with that test, at a distance. So these are the intermediate results. The videos taken, this one, as you might see, let me see if I can have it here. This is an accelerated one. The other 2 are real-time video coverage of the printing. The one which is accelerated, I can tell you, took about 4 weeks to print. You might say that's not fast, and it isn't. We can accelerate that. But because the machine is making a little bit of noise at the inconvenience of crew, we can only print for 4 hours a day, work days only. And then after every layer of printing, we stop, we observe, see whether we're going the right way, learn from it, and then authorize the next codes to release to print the next layers. The last sample, this is this one. This was printed within a week because it was the 4th one we printed. So, past to future. And thanks also to the organization for providing the right picture. On the left picture, you see the mechanical workshop of ESTEC, of ESA. ESTEC is in Noordwijk, one of the establishments, in the 70s. For me, it's a bit of a special photo, because in the photo is my dad. That's where I got the DNA, the apple is not falling far from the tree, who was heading the mechanical workshop there. And the middle one is that also ESA is not a very conservative, but maybe sometimes traditional organization. We have to develop very reliable, but in our establishment near Oxford, we have created this Makers Lab to do experiments with on-demand, quick development of parts, ranging from prototypes to familiarize to actually something we can fly. And if I go back to my opening statement from this Monty Python movie, and now for something completely different, I'm not so sure. I think if I look at what we've done here, if I look at the presentations, I think there is synergy between these kind of communities, and I'm pretty much looking forward to cross-fertilization that. So with that words, and just putting the challenges we have to you, I would like to thank you very much for this presentation. It's been a pleasure to be invited here.
Postema, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys, the FAB conference part of today is almost done, but I have one last very important thing before the day wrap up. Because today is a very special day for one member of the organizing team of FAB25. It's Norella Coronel's birthday. So, are you here, Norella? Ah, right there. Okay. If you don't know her, she's one of the most important people in all of FABIC's events. So I suggest we sing her a birthday song. What do you think about it? Yeah? Okay. So 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Norella. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, and happy birthday. Okay, and now to the day wrap up. You can now pick up your lunches. There are 4 pickup points in the first floor. If you choose the vegetarian option, there is one special pickup point just for you, so please find that. To venue switch. In the afternoon, the university workshop venue is, as I said, 10 to 15 minutes easy walk. You can find the route on our website in the schedule, and the afternoon program will start at 2 p.m. And if you are the session leader, please be there at least 30 minutes in advance. And if you were wondering what this shiny little object is, it is only the first part of FAB25 Maker Coin. And you can finish it in one of our workshops in the afternoons by soldering the other components. And then you shall wear it proudly during the evenings. To networking. In Eventy, to be able to search for a specific context, you must have the networking function activated first. So all you need to do is to click to the red little person's icon in the app. And tonight, a Conquer the Castle party is your chance to dive into Czech culture. We have 2 live acts prepared for you. Cymbálová muzika Jožky Imricha, a Brno-based cymbalom band, and they blend Moravian folk with jazz, musicals, and film music. And my favorites, Malalata. They are DJ's duo, and they're mixing Balkan beats, gypsy rhythms, and reggae. So yeah, you shouldn't miss that. What a day, what a second day of FAB25. Enjoy the rest of it and see you tomorrow right here at 9 a.m. Goodbye, guys.